And it looks like we are live. How's it going, everybody? Muted. Make sure everything's working good here. Test. It looks like it's coming through here good. Mic is nice and loud. View on YouTube. See how we're looking. Nice and blurry thanks to Frontier, hopefully. Hopefully not. It's a little blurry, but it's manageable. Hello, Mike. Good to see you. Welcome. You're the first one here. You are the first one here. Good to see you. Just trying to get things situated here a little bit. So there you go. So how's everybody? Wow, that's bad. That's super blurry. Let me see if I can. Looking to see if there's any applications I have open that might be using up some of my bandwidth here. Okay, it looks like that should be better. Should be better. Hello, Zep Pearl. How's it going? Hello, Vinyl. It's good to see Vance here and Mike and Vinyl Kicks. So it's my birthday week. No, just kidding. I hate when people say, this is my birthday week or this is my birthday month. And it's like, what do you mean do? Take you to Chuck E. Cheese? Come on. What's up, Dusty? Speaking of Chuck E. Cheese, ever since Five Nights at Freddy's came out, I always make sure I have my doors locked whenever I drive by a Chuck E. Cheese. It's like, I don't want any of those animatronic things coming after me. Obviously, I'm joking, right? You know that. You know that I'm joking. How's it going, everybody? How's it going, Paulina? Hello, Dusty. People are just coming in here. Mrs. Jen is always in here. It's blurry. I know. It's like the little thing that shows what's available is like bad. I know. Yeah, we got all green lights on the router. Let me turn this off here. Okay. Should be better. Looks like it's connection is unstable. Yeah, I'm plugged into the router, so anyways, got 13 people here. How's it going, everybody? Just rearranging some records, playing some stuff. It's nice to have a little bit of background music. So yeah, keeps creeping up like it's getting better, but oh well. Oh, there we go. It jumped up quite a bit. It should be pretty decent now, hopefully. It looks better. Regardless of the picture quality. Exactly. The show must go on. It must go on. That's how it is. Got to keep the show rolling. Got to keep the show rolling until like I don't know, like 5 o'clock. Oh, it's better. Yeah, I just noticed a big jump. I look like I had Twitter still open in the background, and it seemed to fix everything. So, hola everybody. Hello, AZ Mick. Hello. I look HD now. You look 480. And then the StreamYard, best you can do is 720, even though I've got a webcam that's 1080. You could put up a 4K webcam, but it'd just be like overkill. It's just not gonna make the broadcast any better visually, you know. So hopefully everybody had a good week. Like I said, my week was busy. Took Monday off, which was nice, and then just went back to work and got caught up on a lot of things, which is what you do. It's just adulting. We all do it. We all have to do the adult thing. Unfortunately, that's just part of life. Part of life. Let's see anything new. I really haven't got anything new to show you guys lately. I mean, I showed you guys my base. That's like the newest thing I got. Yeah, I don't have nothing really new to show. I haven't bought any new records recently. I got, yeah, I showed those already. I got the records from the last auction that Patrick and the Wax did. Yeah, that's about it. Let's see. Got some new bass strings. Hey, Calvin Boaz, long time no see. You haven't been around for a while. Hopefully you've been well. All I know is you were here, and then I sent that record off to you, and then that was the last I heard from you. So I thought, oh, maybe I did something. Maybe he was mad at me for something. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Well, like I said, a couple weeks ago, Mrs. Frog got me a bass. No cursing. All right, I keep it clean. I don't drop the F-bombs like I used to. Back in high school, I used to drop the F-bombs a lot, which I've been corrected, so I don't do that anymore. But look at this. This is a pretty good sized cable. This is a bass string compared to a guitar. Do I have any guitar strings I can show you? The guitar strings are almost like hair strands compared to bass strings. That's because get off my fudge lawn. Oh, there you go. That's Lisa's attempt at keeping it clean while still implying what she wants to say. Get off my fudge lawn. It's pretty funny when they have these movies where they kind of I was watching this guy called Professor of Rock, and it's a nice thick bass string, isn't it? That is the low E at 110 thousandths. It's nice and fat. The thicker the string, the more sustain you get out of it. So I'm going to be changing those out. I was going to change them out the other day. I just been busy. So this weekend sometime I'll get them changed out. The strings on there are okay. I don't know how long they've been on there, so I just always like to improve them. They're a little bit lighter gauge than I'm used to, so I like to kind of have something a little bit meaty. Hello, Tim Allen. Hello, Eddie's Physical Media. Where's the usual crowd? I don't know. Sometimes people like me, sometimes they don't. I'm just, I showered and shaved and everything, so we'll see. We'll see who shows up. Hello, Tim. Tim from the land of Allen. There you go. Yeah. It's actually pretty easy to break a bass string. I broke 2 strings one time. Basically, I was playing with this guy's band. He wanted me to hang out and run through some things with them. So we went from standard pitch, tuned it down, which standard is tuning is an E, and we went down to C. So it was like 2 whole steps, 4 half steps, 4 frets, however you want to look at it. So we tuned it down, so it was almost as deep as like a 5 string. And then when I went to tune up to pitch, my 2 highest strings on the bass, my D string and my G string, I'm tuning it real slow. Ding, 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 ding. It goes boing. Oh, great. And then the other one right after that, it broke it. Yeah, it was not fun. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I need, because they were pretty new strings, but just having them drop down, because I played with the guys for a couple hours, had them drop down, and then I had the guitar sitting for a while. It was probably about like maybe 5 hours before I tuned it back up to standard pitch. But when I tuned back up to pitch, The two smallest strings just popped off. So it's life. It happens. It happens. I haven't broke a guitar string in a while either. So I usually run, if you know anything about guitar, I usually try to run 10s. Some of my guitars have 9s, but usually I run 10s on there because I play mostly rhythm. Yeah, Larry Graham, he used to break a lot of strings. So yeah, some people break strings like crazy. Some people don't. It depends. I really hope not. I really hope. Yeah, he was tuning it when you broke. Yeah. So it depends, you know. Oh wow, broke his string while performing. That takes some doing. That takes a lot of doing. So I've never. I take that back. I've dropped performing. I dropped a guitar once. I was jumping around and the strap came off the button. I've had the guitars. That was actually a bass that did that. I've had basses and guitars without strap locks. I believe in strap locks now, but I've had guitars that have come off the strap and I've been able to grab them so they don't fall. But I've only dropped a guitar once. That was not fun. I grabbed it by the neck, but still the body hit the ground. Didn't do any damage. It did kind of scuff the paint a little bit, but other than that, it was still okay. But it wasn't the end of the world. So it was not the end of the world. Hello, Hunter. So, and in other news, if you guys are here for the stream we did on Monday, Nick, his name was drawn for the bass. Got the bass all tuned up and on its way, and it should get to him because he's on the other side of the country. It should get to him, according to UPS, sometime Wednesday afternoon or evening. So it's going to a good home, and hopefully I'm sure he'll be happy with it. It's a really nice guitar. Just having myself a nice cold root beer. I don't drink anymore. Drinking used to give me Tourette's, so I stopped a long time ago. So what else is what's going on? I feel lonely doing I can do the monologue, talk about all the stuff I'm doing, show off my guitars, and then it looks like I'm just flexing. I go, oh, I did this and this, and I've changed the pickups in this, and these new strings that I'm using right here. These strings here are analog strings. These are not digital strings. If you want digital strings, you have to go to the other part of the store and get the digital strings. Drinking used to get you drunk, yeah. Yeah, I was one of those people. I'm Irish and German, and when I started drinking, I just get sarcastic and then get mean and stuff. So that was never nice. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun to do. So yeah, drinking crazy. Yeah, you do dumb stuff. You don't remember what you've done. Say things to people you don't remember you've said things to. Yep. Everybody thinks that they're the best. I've always noticed, like, when there's karaoke going on, the person who's the drunkest usually sings the loudest, and they think they're the best singer of all time. And that's definitely not the case. It just wasn't a good scene. It was not a good scene for me. I'm sorry there. I'm sorry. You'll have to upgrade. Yeah, the DDD are not AAA. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Usually if you switch over to phosphor bronze, they're usually I think most of the time they're going to be analog, 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 but sometimes they are the digital. Oh, there you go. Just when you thought Dusty had boring streams, you want to see how boring it is? I'll block you for 5 minutes. Then we'll see how boring it is. Just kidding, Calvin. Just kidding. You're Freddie Mercury when you're drunk. Yep, there's the Calvin. He's back. He's been gone for a while, but now he's back. He is back. And we're doing good. You're still distraught over the whole digital analog thing. Oh, that's a shame. Compact discs are digital. It's tragic. I know, it's tragic. I remember years and years ago, a friend of mine showed me the whole analog thing. That was on cassettes. He goes, "You can tell if this is recorded analog or digital." I'm like, "Okay." He's like, you look for this. This is like, it was recorded analog or it was recorded digital. And it's, first it's how it's recorded, how it's mixed, and then how it's mastered. So, but you're just like, oh, okay. It is what it is. I just like, if it sounds good, to me, it is good. And again, sounding good is completely subjective, because if you listen to some of the stuff that I listen to, you go, that sounds like crap. It's simply the style of music that, you might not enjoy. So, but I like it. And like I was sharing with somebody before, we always used to record analog. We'd set up a boom box and put a cassette in there and push record. that was analog, yeah. Best time analog clock is 6:30, hands down. There you go. I like that. Hello, Scotty. How are you doing? How's it going, Scotty? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Never owned any Mobile Fidelity. I don't think I have anything either. I just like, usually when I buy a record, I'll buy it because it's something that I listened to before, somebody recommended it, and I go, oh, okay, and if I can get a used copy somewhere, I'll get a used copy. That way it makes my money stretch farther. Just maybe I'm a cheapskate. I don't know. If I find a decent used copy, I'll go for that. And if I have to get a new one, I'll get a new one. And I'm all good with it. But it's just really what the music sounds like. 4 options: analog, 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 digital, analog, digital, 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 digital. That's a mouthful. There you go. Yeah, and the mastering and the pressing, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, some records they sound really good. Sometimes some CDs, I mean, they're made differently, but I've heard CDs where they've been made with a lot of noise, and you're just like, wow, this is a CD. Why is it so noisy? It's like the music itself on the CD seems, sometimes if it's recorded a certain way, it sounds compressed, and then there's a lot of what they call headroom, where they didn't like raise the volumes where it needed to be when they recorded it, and it's just like it has a lot of hiss and stuff. It's weird. I'm not a picky man. That's true. That's true. I mean, sometimes I'll buy a record or a CD because I know the band. Sometimes I go, oh, I'll just, lots of times I'll buy something that has an interesting cover. That's how I ended up with this. A guy in a Pegasus with a rocket launcher and a mace. All right, Vance. Thanks for coming by. I know it's late where you're at, so you're in Chicago, so I appreciate you coming by. Hello, Lisa. How are you?
I'm here to help your chat.
Oh, thank you.
I only use Spotify. I can't be bothered to have MoFi or records. Spotify is my choice of drug. It's all digital for me, baby.
There you go. There you go. You gotta have that digital fidelity.
Yeah, my hair is a mess. I'm a digital queen. Don't come in here, dog.
So the mobile fidelity, you can only use that when you're like in a car. Is that what it is, or it has something to do with your cell phone? Is that why they call it mobile fidelity? I'm not sure. Anyways, so what do you think of the picture of that house I sent you earlier? Let me show you this house. Oh yeah, we're thinking about moving. We're gonna be moving pretty soon. So there we go. There's something on Twitter earlier tonight, and so he goes, "Would you live here?" I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Of course I would." Warren, how are you? Good to see you, Warren. Hopefully you're keeping cool over there on the East Coast. There's like a heat wave everywhere, so hopefully you're doing all right. You have to go to Target.com and see if they've got faucet people on sale. Yeah, Down by Law. I remember those guys. Yeah,
They have a lot of those. They have a lot of those houses in Pasadena.
yeah,
Victorian, what I call them, craftsman homes.
yeah.
Yeah, somebody built a house to look like the Up House.
Nice.
Now I went to get some water. I guess you consider that a poop, right?
There you go.
Of course, I wash my hand. Do you wash your hands? Because I heard, Dusty, that men don't wash their hands when they go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I always wash my hands. Wow. Warren says on the East Coast it was 91 today. That is pretty warm. That's warm. Irma Lily took very good care of the place, I'm sure.
Yeah, that Munsters, I don't know how I feel about the Munsters.
Oh, the new one, yeah, it looks bad. Sade, yeah.
I love Sade. She has such a unique voice.
She does. Her voice is amazing. Amazing.
One of my friends found Sade for like $1 at the record store. I was like, $1 for Sade? Wow.
Yeah, her voice is just like, man.
I love Smooth Operator.
Yeah.
Also really love Ordinary Love or something.
Jen's asking to see the purse that you just got.
Oh, in a minute, I'll bring it. It's from Loungefly. I'll get it in a minute.
All right.
Yeah, the purse I
can't
help you. Oh, let me get the purse off of my
All right.
Here we go.
That's true. Water can't help if you're constipated. If you're super constipated, I'd recommend coffee.
I never quite. I think for like the longest time, I also wondered where the mobile part comes from the name. But I think it's probably because records are more mobile than the master tape, so you cannot really hack a master down, but you could with a record.
Look at it's a Snow White print.
Oh, hey, maybe it could be here.
It's a Snow White print.
Oh, that's cool.
The Seven Dwarves. It was on sale at Lunchbox, so I bought it.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be one of those Loungefly collectors, but cool to have.
Wow, 12 years. That's good. She's working on the album.
Now I await my stuff from Patrick because I did buy some. Patrick. Just kidding.
I can guarantee you that this is from an analog tape, not a digital tape. This is actually like a early 80s MoFi for oh shit.
You got
Cosmos
you got ECD.
Okay.
Yeah. And so but yeah, it's sadly the MoFi thing now has like a dirty name to it now, so
Yeah,
that's sad.
MoFi's not
But you
really
know what?
bad.
This record actually does sound great. I played it before and it sounds amazing. It totally does. So I'm
It's
proud
a
of
good album.
yeah.
Cosmos Factory is a great album. Hmm.
And it says right here, has-to-be production and mastering by original mastering work, specially plated and pressed on high-definition super vinyl by Victor Company of Japan.
Hello,
Special
Tim.
static-free, dust-free inner sleeve, special heavy-duty protective packaging, source the original stereo master tape, mastered with the Ornophon cutting system. So yeah,
Hmm. At
it gives
least,
you like
at
a
least you know, at least John Fogerty and his brother got along on that album.
Yeah.
Well, I think this was like the last album that Tom Fogerty was on. Because I think after that
Yep.
he left the band because
Yeah. Him and his
a
brother
lot of
hated each
issues
other.
between him and Don.
Well, Mrs. Hot Frog. So, Pauline, the mobile and mobile fidelity comes from the label starting out in the early days with mobile guys with microphones recording trains. They made train records, high fidelity
Wow.
train records, like the Doppler effect and all of that.
Mhm.
That's what they did for like 5 years or more before they ever made a music record. They made train records. So they were
Wow.
called global fidelity because there was guys out in the field mobily recording mostly trains.
Wow, that's cool.
Good to know.
I always knew you were an
I
audiophile.
remember you saying that before, yeah.
This is a good
So it
album.
has nothing to do with mobile phones.
No, it has nothing to do with mobile phones.
You know, Stewie, Tyrone Lannister is too busy being with his sister to even give a care about this yet.
I'm still angry that this is a digital CD. God.
Oh my God, no way.
Digital
not
CD.
digital CD.
No, for me, it's digital. Oh my God. Everybody loves him at
Oh my, can this
Hello,
really
Wallace.
be the end? To be stuck inside a mobile with the Memphis Blues. Yeah. I love that song.
Funny stuff. Funny stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
But I got
is it the little guy?
I got this in today. I showed it on Joe's thing, but it's the new pressing of Sounds of Summer by the Beatles.
Yep.
And this also comes with like a slip mat.
Ooh,
Oh, nice.
I
That's
used to
nice.
use that swirl, that cap swirl.
I got my Game of
And I
Thrones
like
character.
And I like how even like the inner sleeve of it
Tyrone.
sort of looks like one of those inner sleeves back in the '60s with all the albums on it. And
Nice.
That's very
and of
cool.
course it comes with that really nice rainbow label.
Mm.
So I really like how Capitol for the Beach Boy stuff they're really holding on to those old style labels and stuff. And I know that went even further with producing others records and as well that green Capitol label. That it's
I
fine
better
for
stop.
everybody.
I don't need more Beach Boys. I got enough Beach Boys. Don't buy that, Lisa.
You should do that with the Beatles.
They should. They should. I know everybody's been saying like they should repress all of the American films on vinyl.
They should. They should. I mean, it'll be a pain, but
as long
better
as they
than
use Capitol Masters, not the
yeah. They need to use the Capitol Masters. But then people will complain that they don't sound good because they don't. But people. I'd rather have them do that than redo the mono box.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee if they ever redo the mono box, it will be digital this time. I guarantee that. They won't go through the headache of doing it analog again. They just won't.
Yeah.
So
I know,
they
because
might
I
as
read
well.
that book that came in with the stereo box, and it did say something like,
I mean,
"Oh,
because
we were
they,
cutting the Please Please Me," and then the master tape had like a splice on it that just came
yeah.
undone, and it
You
just
must be
fell
new,
apart.
Calvin. There's two bands that get talked about here 24/7. That's the Beatles and the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
But I mean, they redid them for CD a bunch of years ago, so they have like good masters to use. They just have to EQ them for vinyl, and
Yeah.
wouldn't be that difficult.
Yeah.
They could even make them double record sets. That'd be cool. Make mono and stereo. Make them 2 record sets. Put a nice gatefold in there. They could charge the $40-$45, and people would go, "Ooh, they make some money."
Oh yeah, that's what they did with That's what they did with Pet Sounds. It's like a gatefold album, and then
Yeah.
this record right here, I think, is the mono. Yeah, it's the mono mix, and then the stereo mix right here.
Well, that's a good idea.
You easily do that.
I heard, and that talk Frummer did the other day with the German audio guy, whatever,
German audio guy,
or whatever he's called. He started talking about Pat Sound for a second, and he, like a lot of people, still maintains that Warner Brothers pressing, which it's Warner Brothers. It's not even the right label. It's a twofer with the So Tough album is the best pressing of that. He maintains that to this day that that's the best pressing that they've done. And it's not even on the right label. It's like
Yeah.
Oh wow. What are you doing here, Mike's 2K?
Oh man.
Somebody's having too much fun.
Yeah.
Hello,
What's up? Hey, Cap.
Hey, Cap.
I knew it was you. You got that goofy picture.
Oh shit! I forgot I had that name up there. I was in another stream.
Boomer's boy toy. Oh, do tell us how you became someone's boy toy.
You got some explaining to do there.
I was going to ask you to move your hat next to somebody else, but he changed his name.
There you go.
All right, I'll change it to Tim's boy toy now.
Cap will get it to anybody.
I've got my mouse sitting on the Wii Studio.
There we go. I'll just do that. Either I can take the names away, or what else can I do? Take the names away, or
That's what Patrick did on his auction yesterday when
that's my emergency escape hatch. When things start getting too out of hand, I just kind of push that button. Usually puts people on timeout, so calm down for a bit.
or you can
Yeah,
just
I still need to pay Patrick. We were like talking back and forth earlier today, and he doesn't have really anything that he could really sell to me of things I'm looking for. So I'm just gonna buy the single. I was hoping to add more to that so that it doesn't just ship the one album.
Yeah.
Hey,
I asked him if he had
Hey, Walrus. Hey, Mike.
He's pretty good with his stuff. He makes sure it's like nice and spotless.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
So I noticed there's a couple things he was in a cell. He looked at it. He goes, I probably got to clean this and play it, make sure it's fine. So he wants to make sure he's
I've got
getting good records.
Yeah.
Patrick's records have always been good.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've only ever sold one record that I regret selling, and to someone because it had a scratch on it, and it's because I couldn't see it in the light. when I did that Caps Kids auction, and it went to Patrick. It was like really dim, and I couldn't see it in the light, and I'm looking and looking and couldn't see anything.
I've sold a couple not very nice condition albums, but I try to sell really nice stuff. But
Right.
But you know, I mean, I sold a Miles Davis Bitches Brew for like, I can't remember if it was $30 or $40, which is dirt cheap for that album.
That's a good price for that.
It was BG, but it played a lot nicer than it looked. I put it on and I was like, this thing actually plays pretty nice. Cover had a little mold on it, you know. I mean, it wasn't, you know, but you know, I mean, that's what, like, it could be a $200 album in really nice shape. So you know, I mean, the guy was really happy. So, but I don't like to.
Davis did that to me one time. I bought a bunch of records off of him, and the one record I really wanted, he wanted $80 for it, and it was an original Blue Note record. And he looked at it, and he's like, "You know what? You can just have it because it got some scuffs and things like that on it. And when I play it, it sounds fine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it has like a click or a pop here and there, but it's not. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not gonna play."
People get very anal about records.
I won't sell an album with a skip. I will sell an album.
Yeah, same here.
On it goes, you know, and that gets buried in the music anyway. But if it skips anywhere, I will not sell a record.
Oh, he's having a Macarita. Nice. Paul McCartney. He's got to.
Everybody's having something tonight.
Yeah, have
at least for dinner tonight. I made carne asada.
Nice.
So whenever you have an album with ringware, do you know there's cream that you can buy to put on there and then it goes away?
Oh, you mean
that's ringware. That's different.
No, just kidding.
It's different.
That wouldn't happen to be hemorrhoid cream, would it?
No. It's like Pinactin.
Oh, it's like Ben Gay or something.
Cap probably puts his special cream.
Ben Gay is hemorrhoid cream.
That stuff works though. That stuff works though. Whoever invented that stuff, heaven sent. The company who invented Ben Gay.
You sell the album and somebody gets it and they go, "Why does it smell like a 90-year-old man?"
What was I gonna buy? What was I gonna buy? A record? No.
There you go. Ringworm. Yeah, ringware. Same thing.
Ringworm, ringware.
Yeah. Yeah, if I got talked to in Patrick's auction, I started making jokes last night. He's all, please don't do that.
Yeah.
He goes, we're trying to have
Patrick has sometimes Patrick has no sense of humor.
He does, but he was just trying to keep things going smooth.
Oh yeah,
right.
Well,
he kind of joked back with me when I kept asking him if he had like Terry Jacks or Air Supply bands that I know he don't like, and he's like, "You keep asking me, I'm gonna start selling classic records."
I asked him some questions. There was like all these people bidding, and I was like, "Dang it, I need to win."
My buddy Punk's here. I haven't seen you for a while, Punk. Good to see you.
I know
Punk in Drublic. He says
he said that he put out 2 albums that he was thinking about me, but I only got one of them. The other one was that Highlights of Tripping and Life Fantastic. But you know what? I'm okay that someone got that because I have the 3 album set, so I'm fine that someone got that. But at least I'm glad I got that. I got the press 12-inch, so I was happy to get that. But
Paulina, I'm surprised you didn't end up with that Beatles White album because that press of that album's probably pretty rare.
I know. I saw the pressing and I was like, holy shit, I want that. But then once he said that the bidding starts at 50, I was like, holy shit, no. no. And then all of a sudden you just see like everybody just putting in money, DJ Chancla,
DJ
Melinda,
Chancla
and
got
everybody, and it went
paper.
all the way up to $300. Well, actually went up to 400, but Patrick only saw 300, and I think it was DJ Chancla that ended up getting it or
Yeah,
somebody.
DJ Chancla is a premium
Yeah.
Beetle choir.
And I was like, holy shit! And I was like, I need a after watching that, and I don't smoke. Because I was like,
was
so
I mean,
overwhelming.
that was not the
Beans
most
was even overwhelming. He was like, "Holy shit! I never seen it like that before." I was like,
Oh, Bean didn't see it when he sold the most
"You should
expensive
hear
record.
when they're auctioning off when the Get Back because Patrick had a Get Back that belonged to Klaus Vormann.
Now-
it was like the original one of those promos that Apple sent out that they pressed back in '69, and it had everything. It had like the envelope. It had like the poster in it that said Fresh Beetles and everything, and that
How
went
much
for.
did it go for?
I think it went up for 600.
Yeah, 500,
Wow.
600.
Yeah,
Wow.
and I was like,
That's a lot.
Yeah, but I mean that thing's probably worth a couple $1,000 though, isn't it?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
and especially if it was on the envelope. It said Klaus Vormann, and if anybody that knows who Klaus Vormann is, he's the one that. Like he was a bass player for Man for a while. He designed the Revolver and the anthology cover. He played on the Plastic Ono Band stuff, George Harrison stuff, Ringo Starr.
Gears, designed that cover.
Yeah,
What was so special about the White Album?
The white
it opened up
to
from the top. It was like a top load.
Okay, it was a UK top loader.
Yeah,
it was a
UK top
first
loader
press,
stereo, and it had like a very
and it was a
low number on it. So yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think the number was like 478,000 something. I mean, it was low, but not like number one or two low.
Well, Ringo.
Well, for that album, it is. They've sold what, like 100 million of them now, I think.
Not in the UK, they didn't. Yeah, worldwide, but not in the UK. And everybody had a different numbering system. And when they stopped printing it for a while, and then they started again. They started the numbers in a different way the next time.
Yeah.
They added an A or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, they added the A.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then that's what this didn't. This was just a regular number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
this was like the first pressing. It was the first pressing without the A, and plus, the thing to know about the UK pressings was like, unlike America, UK had both stereo and mono, so there's two versions going out, whereas America only got stereo because we didn't care about mono anymore by 1967.
We were done with mono by then.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that was like an exciting one. But sadly, there was nothing there that everybody wanted. Well, actually, he was selling an REM Reckoning.
Yeah.
Record.
How much did I go for at the end?
I think it went for 30. And the thing was, I was hoping that he would have ran out of time and not get to it, because then I was to him, I said, "Hey, I saw that you're gonna sell like that Reckoning. Let's make a deal."
Well,
and then this one, I was like, don't say nothing, But she said like, have any Steely Dan Asia, and then that came up with the whole Steely Dan thing. I was like, Lisa, you should not have said that thing. He would have got to that, and you would have gotten that Steely Dan for a whole lot less.
I did get that Steely Dan for cheap.
You did get it cheap, but you could have got it for even more if you didn't say nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I still got a good deal.
I don't get common records like that. Shouldn't be. They're just common records. They sold millions.
Yeah.
You know?
At the end of the day, I did get the record. There was somebody else who was bidding with me, but I did win. So.
Yeah, you got the Gaucho, I think it was called.
I got Gaucho, and I got Dire Straits. there was like people bidding, and I was like, no, I'm gonna put my bid in right before all these guys do. He was like, it's a straight bid. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, and then you got to be quick when he says, "Okay, first person, tell me, the name and then whatever the price he sets, it's yours." If you got slow internet, you miss out. If you have fast internet, or if you're fast on the draw, you usually get it. Somebody was getting like a lot of stuff last night. I forget who it was.
DJ
Trey.
Chocolate or Trey something.
Trey, yeah, Trey was like getting a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Trey, what's his name? That guy, John Bandy.
Yeah, John.
Oh, yeah.
Things to clean up too. So.
And then there was why did I buy the char lizards? It's a char lizard.
Charizard.
There's one other person that was
Pokemon. Pokemon, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, remember the kid who got that Charizard and he was so excited? And they made a video about it?
Yep.
I know. It was like when I was at doing the zine auction, and then all of a sudden, I think it was DJ Chancla or somebody showed up like, "Hey, I finally made it. Anything of the Beatles being sold?" And I was like, "Fuck."
You're just like, oh, I give up.
I was like, I'm dead. It's like I'm gonna be outbidded by everything that I would.
DJ Chancla outbids everybody on everything. That guy's got.
I was like,
I didn't get Aja.
That Hey Jude looked good. I really wanted to get that Hey Jude as well. It was like a Partathon issue.
I did not. I paid $15 for Gaucho plus
It was
the $5
Gaucho,
shipping. Yeah, I got Gaucho. I asked him if he had Asia to include it with the Gaucho, and I would have paid for him for it, but he didn't. That's why I asked him, because I wanted to kind of, get Aja, but he said he didn't have it. I think he sold one at his last auction, and it went to someone. It was like a Taiwanese pressing.
Mm-hmm.
At his last auction, and then I remember the last auction, Jack's track bid on a record, and Roger said, "Sorry, Jack, I'm going to outbid you," and so he did. And then Patrick made a joke about it. They are both stable records. Mm-hmm. Patrick was like, "You outbid the kid, Roger. How do you feel?"
Gotta get Aja.
Yeah, I'm going to get it when I go to the record store next time.
I have a couple copies of that.
Yeah. Next time I go, I'll pick one up. I got my records in order kind of now, so that's good.
Oh, Dusty has one for you, Lisa.
Oh, cool. Well, if you want to send it my way, that's cool.
There
I don't
you
care
go.
about surface noise. I know, surface noise don't bother me. So that'll go with my Gaucho.
Use it for a placeholder.
No, I don't. I mean, it's still great. I'm not picky as long as it, I can clean it and it plays okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of albums.
You look at a record and it looks good, looks really nice, and then you put the needle on and there's lots of surface noise.
Yeah.
It's one of two things: it's crap pressing, or it's just really dirty. It needs a really good clean.
I will clean the record for sure.
I know. I noticed about my new copy of Imagine. It's like I was playing it last night, and it was like side one was like there's like a lot of like cracks and pops on it, and I was like, it looks nice and immaculate, but where those pops are coming from, I don't see it. So I don't know. I might end up hunting for like another copy of it, or I don't know.
I'm not picky with free records because I've gotten a lot of free records over the years from Final community members who watch my channel, and they send me records. So I'm not particularly picky. Someone did send me Boston's first album for free, so that's always good to have in a collection. I just gotta find out where I play.
I rarely get records free. I gotta pay up.
Well, I haven't gotten free records recently.
Well,
29 cents a pop, it adds up.
Mm.
I was gonna say if you buy it for 29 cents, it's basically free.
It adds up. It adds
Yeah.
up. 3 of those suckers with tax, that's $1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's just there's people out there that get a lot of stuff. They get a lot of stuff and nobody says anything about them. So, but I get something one time from Mazzy and everybody was all up in arms. Why did you give it to her, Mazzy?
I really recommend vacuuming records for cleaning if you want to get a really good clean. Because spin cleans and stuff are nice, but there's nothing to suck the dirt out of the grooves. I mean, you can brush it out and some of it will come out, but a vacuum gets in there and, once it's loosened up, it comes out. That or wood glue is what I recommend for if a record's really noisy and you got to clean it. Wood glue
I'm gonna try that. I forgot about wood glue, and I do have some. So
wood glue will take you 2 days to clean your record, but
I'll have to look into it.
But it does a good job.
Yeah, there's like only one time that I was ever able to repair a scratch on it, and it came out good. And it was actually when I got that Driving Rain album, because there's like a scratch on it that was skipping when you played Your Loving Flame, and I was able to get that scratch, and it was able to play through after.
I've repaired a few scratches. It doesn't always work. But what I do, and I don't recommend this, especially if you got like a $300, $400, $500 stylus, I definitely don't recommend this. But and especially if you've got God, what are the two styluses? The one that's not round, the one that's pointy will do a better job. The
elliptical.
Conical.
Conical?
Elliptical. Which is which?
Elliptical, I think. So. Elliptical straight, and the conical is the rounded one.
Okay, but I'll start with a dime. I'll put a dime on my needle. I know this is really bad for the record. Just before the place where it skips, and I'll see if I can get the needle with the weight on it to run through once. And if I do, I'll do it one more time, and that can fix it. That can reroute the groove. And then I take it off and I'll play it, and I fixed it a few times where I'll play through the skip.
Yeah. Did you see that video today that what's his name put up where he put 14 grams of pennies on a record?
I'm sorry. I wish he knew more. Because he drives me nuts sometimes. He's got a good heart. He's trying. I could have told you that. Hey, I don't know if you noticed his scale. The scale was off by a gram. He put the 5 gram weight on it to weight it. He didn't even wait for it to go up to 5 grams. He hit the button at like 4.16 grams. So he was a gram short to start with. And his cartridge only weighed like 5 grams and not 6. But anyway, I could have told you that, he had 13 grams of weight on your record is not going to ruin your. Those old classroom record players put more than that on.
Right. Yeah. But
I think his
point was he was trying to prove to people that Square Crossley record players destroy records that they don't.
Are we talking about
Westlife? Which is fine and good, but he's trying to ruin a record, and he's not going to ruin a record.
Is that that guy? What's his name? Is it that guy Westlife? Is he the one who made the video?
No,
Recordology.
Oh, Recordology is like Westlife. I watch Recordology sometime.
I mean, he's a good guy, but he doesn't like. Did you watch his last video? I knew this one too. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a disaster. He bought a karaoke machine that has a DVD player in it, and he was under the assumption because it didn't say region 1 on the back that it was an all region player. And I'm like,
Yeah.
no, this is going to end horribly. And it did. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have too much empathy for people. You know,
I mean, not an audio. He's not an audio now. Like, he has a lot of subscribers. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, the top one's a conical, and you can see where it sits in the group of the record.
Yeah.
The
I just
elliptical
get
is a
it mixed
little
up.
bit funnier.
Get the fuck out of my food. Sorry. Oops. Sorry. We got kids in the chat. Got Calvin Boas.
There you go.
Hey, Calvin.
He was here.
I was up to like 55 cents with my record player.
Yeah.
I did that with my old. I did that with my Crosby
You can
Cruiser.
fix the record doing that. It doesn't always work, but you're not going to hurt it. It skips anyway. So you're not going to hurt it. And I fixed a few. I had a Warren Zevon record I fixed. I fixed one the other day, and I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I
There's
used to try
nothing
to.
worse than working on a podcast, having a set list down, and the record you need skips. And you're like, crap. So the first thing you do is try to fix it.
Yeah.
Because you need that damn record.
Mm-hmm.
There is a guy, I'm trying to remember his channel. He was saying if you have bad scratches on records, sometimes you can fix them with like a sewing needle or a toothpick. I don't know if you've seen that guy or not.
Yeah, no, he probably can, but I would try just using your needle first.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He was use that first.
If that doesn't work, then
yeah, these were like really extreme scratches that he had in there. I mean, he'd hold up the record, you can visibly see the scratch. Then go over it and do it a few times and stuff, and you could see where the line of scratch was, but the record wasn't skipping anymore. So,
Tim, what did you think about how he did end up destroying the other side of that record?
Well, I knew was going to happen.
Yeah,
I mean, that I knew.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Well, I knew that was going to happen. I mean, you can't. You play a record with 170 gram steel needle, and yeah, it's going to carve it up. That was a given. But it still didn't. Well, I would have liked to have seen him done, and what I would have done is I would have now played it. And see, this is the other thing he should have done. He should have taken that record with the 6 degrees of ruination and put it on his good turntable and see if there was any difference in the sound quality between the tracks. He didn't do that, and I would have played the record he destroyed too to see what that sounded like.
I mean, Dusty, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Yeah, bad Jackson joke.
The other night I was going to end my stream with a Human League 45, and it was cracked, and I was like, damn it. But I had it pulled for a podcast, so I got it lined up, and I put it on my podcast. It's on there, and you can barely hear a tick. Just at the very beginning, you can hear a couple ticks, and then it's fine. And I'm like, good. I got it dubbed at least.
So how long do you think everybody's been talking about the analog versus digital?
Oh, it's gonna be a while. Poetry on Plastic made a video about it.
Everybody, TJR's got a video out now. Everybody, was it TJR? Somebody named their video the 494 MoFi debacle video or something like that. You know?
Oh, you know the people at Spin Me Around Records? I mentioned it during one of their live streams, and then it just totally brought the stream down. Because I guess the girl's husband, he got so passionate about it that he just totally took out the entire air of the room. And you can see that girl just totally go down. And then today, a video about new vinyl that they're putting out, and then he went in it again about the whole MoFi thing. I was like, wow.
But they don't really do that much in MoFi, I don't think. I mean, I didn't watch. I purposely haven't. I should. Well, I didn't watch Mike's interview with those guys, Mike from the In Group, and I haven't heard
Yeah.
anything he has to say about it after that. But
Well,
his business
no,
is
they're not.
largely audiophile, so
Yeah.
it's affecting him hugely.
Yeah, Poetry on Plastic made the best video about the MoFi debacle. If you're looking for a video to watch, Poetry on Plastic did a great job.
I disagree. I think I think the video
Hey,
that the best
That's just
video
my
that was made the best video that was made, it totally aligns with everything that I feel about this whole thing, is the one that Robert Fitton made. And everything they said in that video, I was like, fucking A. Yeah.
That's a great thing about MoFi videos. We all have different opinions of who made the best video.
I left a message on Mike at the In Groove on his latest video where he did like a follow up, and he said that they're going to be transparent and all this stuff. I said I have to commend you because you could have kept that information to yourself and just went about your day, and it in the end it does affect your business. But if they were trying to be transparent, this is where my problem comes in. They'd let everybody know up front, not once they got caught.
That's
Okay.
Well, it wasn't. There's different mindsets. I mean, I don't put it as they got caught. I don't put it like
they did. They
that.
got
In
caught
their
lying.
minds, they were doing exactly what they were saying they were doing. I think. It's just not. Were they
were straight out lying. There's other videos out there where they're being interviewed just a few years ago and saying that they have an all analog system to do their records, and they don't.
Get out!
So they did get caught lying.
Well, I don't know. In the end, for me, if a record sounds good, it sounds good, and no new record's worth $125. That's the end of the story for me. So I wouldn't have bought any of those, no matter what.
Yeah.
Right. But if I'm a consumer, if I'm a high-end record collector and I am buying those, don't lie to me and tell me that it's one thing when it's not.
Doggy, get out.
No, I agree with that, but I don't think it matters as much on just the regular mobile fidelity sound lab process.
Yeah.
It matters on the one steps, absolutely, because again, that's a ridiculous.
I love the spin me around story about the husband. Sometimes that husband.
Although it's not. I mean, the Stones have had what, $200 albums fairly recently that were just regular pressings of records.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Definitely is.
Nobody's telling you to get out, Dusty. I don't know where you're getting that idea.
And the other thing is, do audiophiles not collect very many records? Because you got to have a lot of room every time you're buying a record, and it's like 3 inches thick.
Right?
I mean, well, that's a lot of room for one record.
I started collecting those tone posts because I started getting into jazz music a little bit. And like I have about 30 of those, and one of my normal cubes takes about 60 records, but with those it takes about 30 because they're so damn thick.
The tone poets, a lot of the audiophiles collect tone poets. I think it's an audiophile thing. Yeah.
But I collect those because I like the music on them. Not because, they're like...
Yeah. No, that's fine. If you like the music, I don't care what kind of music anybody likes. Listen to what you want, by all means. I just think some audiophiles don't necessarily listen to the kind of music they like. They listen to music because they think it sounds good. and I don't
No,
understand.
that's stupid to me. If I don't
Yeah,
like
I
the
don't
instruments and
understand.
the instrumental arrangement, the vocals on something, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
buy it. It doesn't make sense to buy something just to put on the shelf and say, "Hey, this sounds good."
And if something, and I like a lot of music. Hot Frog was saying this earlier about he likes a lot of records that sound like crap. So do I. I mean, if it's a good record, it's a good record. It doesn't have to be high fidelity. You know.
One will never tell.
Yeah, and then I think of like with the analog versus digital thing, I think it's the storage aspect of everything. Because over time, then when they store the tapes, you get bleed through, and with digital, that's obviously not a problem.
No.
Yeah, and it depends how it was EQ'd and how it was
Don't have
mastered.
any mineral water for
Yeah.
you.
I mean, everybody a year ago or whenever it came out, they came out with the the Brothers in Arms remaster by Dire Straits, and everybody was like, "This thing sounds amazing." Now, Brothers in Arms was one of the first albums to be recorded fully digitally.
Yeah,
Mixed digitally, it
exactly.
was one of the first DDD compact discs there was. So
Yeah,
this is a completely digital. There's no getting around. This is a digital album.
yeah.
And everybody was like, "This thing sounds amazing." Well, it's digital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DDD. Always was.
Yeah.
I have I can't even say it, mineral water somewhere in my room.
Yeah.
Oh god. You want I got a pure vinyl record cleaner here.
You drink some record cleaner. That's not good. Don't drink that stuff.
And
Yeah, people out there that really don't know what we're talking about with AAD or DDD, is it basically these kind of like things that you used on CDs back in the day where it was
yeah,
like
they don't anymore.
and
Yeah, they have
like
them
the
on
whole breakdown of what it is
Yeah.
during like the last page right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, there's 4 ways you can be recorded analog, mixed analog, and released analog. That'd be a record. If you recorded analog, mixed analog, and put out digitally, that would be a CD only. Or it can be recorded analog, mixed digitally, put out digitally. That could be a record or a CD, or it can be recorded digitally, mixed digitally, and pressed digitally, and that would only be a CD, really. I mean, when I put my things up earlier, I didn't mention DDA, which I guess a record is DDA. Nobody ever really says that, but I guess DDA does actually exist, but nobody.
Well,
Well,
Taco
I know it.
coming
I know it does because I remember watching the documentary about the album "The Con" by Tegan and Sarah. They did this thing where it was recorded digitally and then they mixed it. They recorded digitally and then they mixed it analog, and then it
Okay.
went to analog
Well, that's
again.
that's DAA. They didn't used to do that. That's not one either, but you can do it. Like I don't know how they mixed the Tug of War when they remastered it, but that's horrible. That's a case of how you do it absolutely wrong. And that was recorded digitally. That was one of the earliest digital recordings.
Oh yeah, it was. But when it was it, because I need to look at what they're using at Montserrat around that time. I know that they are using recorders at Montserrat. Like, I think they were like at 16 or 24 track at that time.
It was either recorded or mixed digitally. I don't know, but the original sounded fine. But this new one, ugh, it's horrid in my eyes. I never opened my vinyl copy, and I never played the CD when I bought it. I bought it and put it on the shelf, and I played it not too long ago, and I was like, "Geez, Glad you didn't open that record because that'll be for sale.
You know what would be good right now? Flamin' Hot
I got an
Cheetos.
audio file, but it just sounds like crap. I don't.
I wish I had some Flamin' Hot Cheetos right now, but they sold out of it at Ralph's.
I've got flaming hot Cheetos.
Yeah, we don't know where your Flamin' Hot Cheetos have been, but I want some at Ralph's.
Yeah, the CD doesn't have like the.
Caitlin and Evan made flaming hot Cheeto gum.
I just saw they have.
It wasn't very good.
Mountain Dew.
It wasn't a success.
You know what?
I don't know if the flaming hot Cheeto Mountain Dew is a success or not, but they do have it.
Flamin' Hot Cheeto Mountain Dew?
Yeah, I saw that. I was like,
Ugh.
Okay, so this is an ADD album.
That sounds disgusting.
Okay, it's ADD.
Yeah.
is it hyper? Is it a hyper mix? That was a joke. ADD. Yeah.
ADHD.
She's like,
I don't know
She's
what
like,
the
is
new
that a
one is.
hypermix?
It sounds terrible.
Yeah.
You know, Taco Bell is coming out with a Cheez-It taco. It's going to be made on a Cheez-It crust.
yeah, they had it in California for a while, but they discontinued it because they ran out.
Remember this? Kids? Long box.
Nice. I should be excited over that, I guess. Yay! Woo! Woo!
There you go.
It's also one of those things where you have to be there.
I like long boxes. I like long things. They're cute. Woo!
You just like Dusty's long box, Lisa.
Cap. Cap.
Yes. What? Did she
But
breathe?
yeah, those were cool when they came out back in the 80s, those long boxes.
I need some.
I wish I could
some
collect them
right.
even more when I was little.
Well,
Then again,
that-
my mom at the time probably would have found out a way to them away.
I mean, you know, Hot Frog, you aren't a true dad until you made dad jokes. My dad made one time, and he's like, "You're my Obama Rocka Iola Obama." And it's like, yeah, that's a dad joke for you.
You
Oh,
know
yeah.
why they were in long boxes, don't you? There's a reason. Because they invented this format and it was cool and everything, but then they went to sell it and they're like, well, they hadn't invented any way to sell it. You know, any way to put it on a shelf and display it so people could buy it. And somebody came up with, hey, if we make these boxes as tall as a record, we could put two in a record bin side by side and fill them up that way, and they can flip them just like records. I mean, it was all a thing, but it was mainly a way to sell them because they didn't know how to sell them. They were, what do we do?
Yeah. I had always heard it was so they could repurpose the record bins.
Right, Dusty?
Yeah, exactly. And then record stores could buy them immediately. They didn't need to go out and purchase some sort of display thing to sell CDs. They could just empty a couple of their bins and stick them in there, and it was immediate.
Yeah.
That's why there's long boxes.
I could always
And then eventually, after a few years, they invented ways to sell CDs, and they made those holders that everybody was using for a while. Those plastic holders where you take it up to the counter and they got a key thing. You know, everybody was using those for a while, which was basically a long box without the long box, and they invented those. So companies stopped making the long box because it was cheaper not to just throw it in some shrink wrap, and cheaper to mail it, cheaper to do everything. So, yeah.
Well, in other news here, if you're interested, I guess if you get a Subway tattoo, if you get a free foot long for life. If you get the
so I just get a Subway sandwich tattooed to me.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the tattoo itself needs to be a
business
foot
for
long.
more than another year, so I would think about it. They're not doing that well.
Well, does it specifically say where the tattoo has to be at, Hot Frog?
It does not say.
Okay, because I could get a Subway sandwich tattooed on my penis, and then on the other side, have it say $5.
Fucking cap.
Fucking cap. Fucking cap.
Calvin's gonna get you. Calvin's gonna get you.
Freaky cat.
Hey, look, a record.
Hey, that's a nice record. I'm sure he'll make a joke out of the number one being like it is. You know that one on the record, it reminds me of this.
Paulina, does your copy have the posters and all that stuff in it?
Oh yeah, it comes like the photos, and
Yeah,
it comes.
you
with
got the
really
German
nice.
pressing then.
It's hot.
Yep. I got my
Really?
copy of that for $7.99 at Target. They had it in the clearance
Mine's still
section.
sealed. So and mine's the first copy before they remastered it.
Yep, same here.
But
You
it's
said
still
it.
sealed.
Not
I don't
me.
have a reason to open it. There's nothing on it I don't have somewhere else.
The new remixes. This came out around the time they put out the Blu-ray set, which I still need.
I got mine quite a long time ago.
And you know what? Some of the remixes aren't that bad. That he did for this one, and then that was sort of a precursor to what we heard in Sgt. Pepper. But
I have the I bought the Blu-ray box, so I have this. I have the remix CD. I have an original and I have the remix, and the remix CD sounds fine.
We should all just get rid of all our records and go to streaming.
I can never do that.
No, it's.
I'm
joking. I'm joking.
Yeah. I look at these. I'm like, this is so awesome.
Cap ruins everybody's vibe at times.
I'm basically living out my dream from when I was about 6 or 7 years old, which was basically to have a record collection, and I do. It's awesome. Because I remember I had a next door neighbor. I think his name was Pat or something, and he invited my dad and myself to his house, and he was like, "You want to see my record collection?" And I was like, "I thought probably like a little thing, a stereo, little records," but it was like an entire library room full of records. And I was like,
Wow.
"Holy shit!" I was like, "I want that when I grow up." The only person that I feel is really living that dream is Tom's Vinyl Shack. I see the room behind him. I'm like, "Holy shit!"
Well, he's a young kid, right?
Yeah.
Like a teenager.
There used to be this guy in Buffalo called Louis the Mad Vinyl Junkie. Now, Louis had a couple rules. No promo copies. You gave him a promo copy, he'd give it to somebody else or sell it to a record store. He didn't want... So all of his copies were store copies of records. He had a 3-story house for his records.
Wow.
It wasn't a house he lived in. It was his other house. And every room was a record room.
That would be the dream, too.
Dusty says, if you're offered $10 million to never play a record again and only stream your music for the rest of your life, could you do it?
No.
Yes.
I could.
I could.
Of course. You know what I would do? Of course I would. I could do that.
I can do that.
I mean, you could keep your records, but you just couldn't play them. You could look like
exactly. I can still keep my records.
And then Lindsay Diane says she still has her record collection still. Cap.
I'll sell all my records for $10
Hey,
million.
Cap, you want to buy it from her? Come on,
And
Cap.
never listen to him again. Easy.
Yeah, music in your life doesn't have the format. I agree.
For $10 million, you can have all my movies too.
There
I'll just
you go.
stream movies too. I'll just stream everything for the rest of my
It
life.
depends on what kind of records that she has.
Well, you should message her. You like records.
It's okay. You can call it either way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, just don't call it vinyls.
Who
With an
cares?
S.
She wants to call it, if she wants to
Then
call it
people start to get a
vinyl.
little bit touchy.
No, I love collecting vinyls with an S. My vinyls collection is very good.
Vinyls versus records, analog versus digital, Coke versus Pepsi, cats versus dogs, Ford versus Chevy. Can't we all just get along?
I like my vinyls.
You had a link for his rips, Dusty? Shit, I didn't know that. I could ask for that too. I like some of the rips that he does. They sound amazing.
They sound really good.
Yeah, I remember the first time Patrick came into the BC. Nobody knew of him, and he had like 60 subscribers. He's like, "Hi," or was it 20? He's like, "Hi, I'm new to the BC." And it was like back in 2020, and now look where he is. Rachel was like, "Oh, who are you?" And he goes, "I'm Patrick. I rip vinyls." He was going by a different name back then. I forgot what name.
Too, but I don't use any filters or anything. You get what you get.
Yeah.
Vinyls with an S, not a Z.
No, I like it with Z. Gotta have the Z. Vinyls.
The plural of vinyl is vinyl.
Vinyl.
I
I knew it would get to somebody. Tim just happened to be the one who cracked first.
No, look it up in the dictionary.
I know.
Vinyl in the dictionary. Plural will be vinyl.
Vinyls.
There's no S. It's like deer. The plural for deer is deer.
I knew Tim would. I knew Tim would crack, so that's why I keep saying it.
Deer, mice. Mice is the same way. You don't say mices or
Deers, mices.
Right, but
those annoy me too.
Mice is the plural of mouse.
I was being annoyed innerly.
Oh well.
Internally, yeah.
That's okay. I'm here to do that.
That's why we love you, Lisa.
Most
plural
people
of
love me.
vinyl is record.
It's better. At least I annoy you. You got me to annoy you. You got Cap to tell you dirty things. You got a perfect team here.
Oh yeah.
You know, Cap will always have something dirty to say about records. Cap always figure out a way to include a dirty connotation in a record. Oh, JoJo's back. Wonder where he went.
yeah, see, look, Lisa, I prefer 45s because I like putting my big adapter in that hole.
What adapter?
The 45 adapter.
I know, but you don't have an adapter. Sorry.
Hey JoJo. Says the only vinyl he owns is the seats in his car. So.
I mean, Vienna sausage don't count.
The only vinyl is vinyls.
I can't wait to spin this.
XTC.
Oh, and I'm doing my stream on Sunday instead. So if anybody wants to see XTC, this is Pop Documentary. It'll be on Sunday at 4 o'clock, 4:30.
Yeah, my copy of the album has a pocket in it.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Paulina, who is XTC?
Oh my God.
They're a band from Swindon, England, that comprises of Andy Partridge, Claudine, Dave Gregory, Terry Chambers, and Barry Andrews. And they've been around for about more than 30 years. They're sadly not around anymore, but
they started around 77.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Before they were known as the Helium Kids, yeah.
And I don't think Andy Partridge was officially part of the Partridge family. So
No.
just in case Cap asks. Yeah.
He's Keith's older brother.
Yeah.
He was never in the show.
Yeah.
He was a cousin.
He was a talented cousin.
He
Yeah,
was a cousin.
The mother from the Partridge
he had talent.
The mother from the Partridge family is from the same town that I live in.
Andy Partridge was Ricky Seagull's father.
So after the show, do you think Reuben Kincaid married Mrs. Partridge?
Probably.
No, she was enamored with what's his name?
Jack
What was that
Cassidy.
actor? No, that was her ex-husband. What was that guy? He was in the show a lot. He was in a lot of 70s shows. I can't remember his name. Tall guy with black hair. Did a lot of game shows. Maybe even hosted one. I can't remember his name.
Sounds like awesome. Let me see.
Yeah, sure. He had a boyfriend in his show for quite a while, and it was him, but I can't think of his name because I'm old now.
She was with Marty Ingalls.
No, I'm talking on the show. I'm not.
Oh, on the show.
Yeah, on the show.
Was she dating somebody on the show?
Bert Convy. Bert Convy is who she was with on the show.
Oh, okay.
I didn't remember her dating somebody on the show. Then again, that's probably like one episode that I probably skipped over or something like that.
Well, no, it was like half a season or something they were together on the show. And God, what's her name? Who became famous was in that show, and she was like 12 or something.
Jodie Foster?
Jodie Foster was in. Yes, Jodie Foster was in the Partridge Family.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wow, so many people were on this show. John Astin, Howard Cosell, Jodie Foster,
Richard Pryor.
I remember that episode. That was a Vandala episode.
Gossett Jr. They're in the same episode.
Meredith Baxter.
Meredith Baxter, Bernie. I was just about to say, she was adorable on the show. She was literally like 16 or something, and she was.
Cheryl Ladd was on it. Annette O'Toole, and Rob Reiner. Wow.
Yeah, Rob Reiner. Yeah, and so was the guy that played Angel on the Rockford Files. He played the same character as Rob Reiner later. I forget his name. But the guy that played Angel on Rockford. You know, it's funny. You mentioned Annette O'Toole, and I can picture her on that show now. And I never knew she was on it. And I can picture exactly who she was as soon as you said it. I can picture her as like a 16 or 18-year-old girl or something. I'm like, crap. Picture her. There she is.
I know. I was watching a video early today. It was like movie stars appeared on Miami Vice, and I was like, wow, I never. It was like so shocking to see some of these people look so young in this show. I was like, oh my god, Richard Jenkins actually had hair, and I was like, wow.
All shows were like that. The Rockford Files. It's amazing the people that went through the Rockford Files. And Farrah Fawcett and Suzanne Summers were both in the same episode of the Rockford Files. It's like, what the hell?
Zeb's here. He's just kind of waking up.
Hey, Zeb.
Zeb's here. All right, cool. So your sister got COVID, I heard, Lisa?
Yep.
Sorry to hear that.
Hawaii.
Wow. I guess you have to be quarantined somewhere. I guess Hawaii is a pretty nice place to be quarantined.
Exactly. First time getting COVID too. Never had it before.
Was she due to fly back, or what? Or was she supposed to be there a little bit longer?
I don't know. I think she was, but her the person she was with had gotten COVID, so she got it from her.
I think all these people that are getting COVID, everybody that I know or have heard of is all, through this community, whatever. But they've all been on planes. I think airplanes are the easiest place to pick it up these days. Because the air, anybody has it, the air's just circulating in that plane. It's just going round and round and round, and you're there for a long time.
Yeah.
COVID.
I'm shocked that I didn't. I'm shocked that I didn't get it again, considering that when I flew up to Sacramento, it's like I took a flight from Palm Springs to San Francisco, then San Francisco to Sacramento, and then to come home, it was like Sacramento to LA, LA to fucking Salt Lake City, and then Salt Lake City back to Palm Springs. And out of all those flights, I didn't get.
Yeah, but they're relatively short flights, though. Like the one, like Hawaii is a long flight. Robert S. flew to Texas. That's a long flight.
Yeah.
I
don't know. The flight from LA to Salt Lake City was somewhat long. It was like about an hour and a half, long enough for me to watch at least a part of Spider-Man: Far No Way Home on the flight. But and then the flight back was like terrible too. But I'm glad.
Robert thinks he got his at the wedding he went to. I don't think so. I think he got it on the plane on the way there. He might have got it at the wedding, but if he did, the person he got it from probably got it on the plane. I mean,
Dusty says my son brought it back from Arizona. I was like, you could have brought me back a keychain instead.
Yeah.
That's true. Oh, you know what? Zeb wants us to talk about MoFi.
Okay.
Oh, we already were. Tiny bit.
That's like these past few days.
Digital. It's digital. I can't believe this damn CD is digital.
I know. Well, Mel Torme is not that great anyway, but hey.
They're together for the first time.
Wearing a little thin.
Yeah. Together for the very first time.
Yeah, Mel Torme.
Well, I don't think I own a MoFi that is digital because I don't think I own an old MoFi made past the mid 80s. I think everyone I have, I don't have that many, but I think everyone I have is made before, well before anything went digital, really.
Did you guys know that Cardi B has a TV series?
I have no idea who that is, so no.
Who gave her a TV series? What idiot thought that was a good idea?
It's called Cardi Tries.
Well, good, let her try. How else is she going to supply her plastic surgery habits?
It's good. Oh, well. Some people get TV
it's in
shows.
its second season on a channel called Messenger.
Well, it's supposed to show anybody nowadays to get a show.
Yeah.
Even Captain.
There's like 1,000 TV channels, so they got to fill up content. All you got to do is walk into one of these places, go, I'd like to do a show, and they're like, you're hired.
Yeah.
They need content.
There's
way too many channels.
It's either they give these people TV shows or they have them hawking microwave bacon cookers or cooking with a light bulb or something. Still wouldn't forget it.
The only
channel, I haven't watched cable in a long time, but the last time I did, TBS was down to showing like Friends 4 hours a day,
Yeah.
And it's like, well, what the heck, man? And I'm like, what's going on here? But,
Yeah. It's like
The
we
only
barely
real
turn our
TV
TV
show
on.
that they have out right now is the Kardashians. That's the only really good TV show they have right now that's out.
Oh, you gotta be on
That
fucking
was
track.
not a really good show.
yeah.
That's like the most stupidest show in the world.
That's on track. Kardashians. Like,
I ever tell you guys my idea for a TV network, and I'm serious about this. And it wouldn't be a streaming network. It would be an actual cable network. I don't know what to call it. I have no idea. But it would show like, classic television, but it would show it on a schedule like it was classic television. So let's say Gilligan's Island is on 8 o'clock on Tuesdays. And that's it. One episode, and then next week, next Tuesday, Gilligan's Island on. Set up classic TV shows like it's a real TV channel and just do a whole programming schedule for the week of just
yeah,
one
that would
episode
go
a
really
week, just
well.
like it was really, Batman on twice a week because it was, and
Yeah.
I think that would be cool. And then when you run out of a show, you don't do reruns. You just start up another show in that time.
Yeah, let's just establish the channel full of classic. Don't they have one?
Because I'm sick of these channels that just do nothing but binge shows.
I mean, it's better than the Kardashians.
6 hours straight. That's
Yeah.
boring. Do something else.
I'm just upset that these shows like Me TV and TV Land, they show same fucking shows all the time, and I'm like, when are you gonna do a whole thing where you're showing monkeys or Partridge Family or
This is
Dragnet
what
or
I'm saying. If you
Sesame?
did my idea, you'd need a lot of shows. You'd be showing a lot of different shows
Yeah.
because it's only on once a week, and you've got 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to fill up. And I would show like on Friday nights, I would show like made for TV movies from like the 60s through the 80s. And I would do stuff like that. I would show classic game shows for a couple hours in the morning. I would maybe have an afternoon movie because some channels did that. I would do creative things like make it feel like you're watching TV in the 60s and the
Yeah.
70s and early
Yeah.
80s. I think that would be interesting.
I think so. I think that's kind of the same idea that Ted Turner had with cartoons when he did the Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
Yeah. Saturday
Walter
mornings I would
Ice
show
always-
I got
cartoons.
all fucked up by Warner Brothers, so
I do an hour of Warner Brothers like they did, and then I would do maybe Gorilla, that kind of stuff on Saturday mornings. Maybe throw the Thunderbirds in there, whatever.
when AOL and Time Warner merged, that fucked it all up.
Yeah.
The thing that I really miss is Nick at Night. Because I was like basically like in elementary school, junior high school, and I like shows like all the kids were watching. I like Nick at Night. I like tuning in and basically watching all those shows like Dick Van Dyke, Murder Moore, Bob Newhart, Partridge Family, Get Smart, Dragnet, all those shows. I was like, that was entertainment for me. Bewitched, I Dream of Jeannie, and I was like, and so I'll go to school and people are like, oh yeah, I saw this, I saw that, and then I was like, well, I watched a good episode of the Partridge Family last night, and Richard Pryor's in it, and they sing the song Vanilla. They're like, who the fuck are the Partridge Family?
Yeah, I remember when I first started watching Nick at Night, like back in 91, 92. They had the Donna Reed show. They had Dovey Gillis. They had the Monkees. They had all that stuff on there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Nick at Night that I miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would kind of like do that, but each show's only on once a week. Appointment television.
Yeah.
I think there are people that miss that.
Yeah.
The show I'm watching right now is Cheers. I've been binge watching the hell out of it.
And the other thing is a station like that could rerun shows that never really got proper reruns.
Mhm.
Things like ER never really got proper reruns, or St.
Yeah,
Elsewhere,
and it would be
LA
starring
Law,
Ruby
or
Lisa.
No.
there's another one I was thinking of. Shows like this never even really went into syndication.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, we had that channel called Retro TV. I don't know if it's still on our TV.
Yeah,
Here
there's
we
a few
get
channels that are
at
doing
least,
that.
at least 7, maybe 8 channels that are nothing but like old TV shows.
Mhm.
But like Tim
Yeah, but
said, they play the same fucking thing over and over and over and over.
exactly,
They'll have
exactly, and
episodes
that's
of
what's
one
wrong
show.
with like Pluto. Pluto's kind of got the right idea, but they do like, okay, you got the Andy Griffith channel, so it shows Andy Griffith 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That
Yeah.
it makes you not want to watch it. You know, if it was on once a week and that's it, then okay, I'm gonna tune into Andy Griffith. You know, I don't
Yeah.
want to. It just
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I guess you and Cap are watching porn, I guess.
Yeah, the old days of looking to the TV guide and kind of planning out your week, 'cause you couldn't you'd have streaming services or something. You just knew your program was coming on a certain day of the week at a certain time. And
yeah,
you looked forward to that. I understand what
Right.
you're saying.
exactly. I do that online. There's
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
one
decades.
Back in the 80s when I was
silent film
man,
show I
that-
watch online every time it's on. It's appointment TV for me, and I watch it even though
when I
I'm
was a
watching
kid, on Thursday nights on NBC, that was like huge for me because I loved watching Cheers, The Cosby Show, Family Ties, and A Different World. They were all back to back to back.
Mhm.
Yeah. I like Family Ties. You see, Dusty, it's the alcohol that's talking to you right now because you can't remember what you're doing.
I remember way back in the day when MTV used to have music videos all the time.
Oh, really? Music videos? Now they just play them Jersey Shore people.
You know, it's actually MTV that probably put us in the straits we're in.
I know,
television
Cap is so old.
And back when they were showing videos, because this was the first time MTV was really the first channel where you could turn it on, not on the half hour to the hour, but anytime and catch something that you wanted to see. And
Yeah.
that changed people's viewing habits.
Mhm.
Man, I bet you Dusty was really into Miami Vice because he wanted to be John Johnson. When he was a little kid. He was like, I aspired to be John Johnson.
I never wanted to be Don Johnson because I have to wear socks.
Yeah.
I can't wear shoes without socks, therefore I couldn't.
Gotta
be
wear
Don
socks.
Johnson.
I met the guy who played in Silver Spoons. I met him, Ricky Schroeder. I said, you're from Silver
Asshole in
Spoons.
real life as he makes himself out to be.
Well, we were just going on a plane to go somewhere, and I was like, you're from Silver Spoons. And he looked at me like, don't mention that. Because I think he was annoyed.
Lisa, you should have dove at his feet and started yelling, Ricky Schroeder!
I was 14 at the time.
Oh yeah.
Did I ever tell you about the weird? I've met a bunch of celebrities living in Washington D.C. You just
Tell
meet
us.
celebrities. They show up, but I was on a metro, way out in the middle of nowhere, getting on the train at my stop, and like this wasn't near the city. It was like 45 minutes away by the train, and I get into this empty car except there's one guy in the car.
Yep.
And I'm looking at him, and he smiles. He knows I know. And I'm like, and he kind of just nods. And I was like, what are you doing here? I don't even know his name. It's the guy that played Oswald on the Drew Carey show.
Oh,
in the middle of this metro train all by
Brian,
himself.
something a ratter.
So I sat down next to him, and we had like this nice
Ryan
conversation.
Stiles?
No, the other one, the UPS driver, Oswald, was
Oh,
the UPS guy.
that Bad Rich something.
He's on that show Housewife, right? That TV show, American
He did a
Housewife.
bunch of
Bad Rich
spectrum
Batter.
commercials, like 10 years
Diedrich
ago.
Bader. Diedrich
Yeah.
Bader.
Bad Rich Batter, yeah.
Yeah, nice guy. I mean, really, really, truly nice guy. And so me and him just rode into the city together on this train. But
I
like,
think
what are
we
you doing?
all grew up on.
The
we all
train
grew
was
up on
coming from nowhere, so I'm like, we're.
And don't forget
And I
they
took like the second to the last stop, so I was like, where
Yeah.
Yeah, my 90s consisted of Saved by the Bell, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Hanging with Mr. Cooper, Family Matters. Yeah, those were good shows. And also that one Jamie Foxx show. I remember that show. Oh, and of course, cannot forget Days of Our Lives, General Hospital, Passions.
I gotta watch my stories.
I know. General Hospital and Days of Our Lives are still on. I'm surprised.
Pretty crazy. Some of those things went on forever, it seems like.
And remember Bold and the Beautiful.
Luke and Laura are in their 80s now, but
Yeah, Luke and Laura. Yep.
I only remember like a small handful of shows I like watching back in the 90s. It was like I loved it for Nickelodeon. Is like for me, I love that show, Alex Mack. That thing with the Nighttime Society.
Don't forget Salute Your Shorts. That's a classic.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, Salute Your Shorts.
I mean,
that
the
was,
guy
like,
from Kyle Philly's in there.
And
no idea.
there's a show called Hey Dude that was around.
Yeah.
You can't do that on television.
All that. Also, Amanda, please. Are You Afraid of the Dark? That was a good one.
But there's shows I used to love. I'm like probably in the minority of all this, but I also love watching shows on PBS. There'd be like a show called Square One that was all about science. There was like a show on there. Ghost Rider, what a great show for me.
Ghost Rider, Carmen San Diego.
And Are You Afraid of Carmen San Diego was like one of my favorite ones.
Oh, you know what? My favorite
science show on PBS in the early 2000s. I don't remember the name of it. I tried to find out the name of it for years, and I failed. And it was like two groups of people. I can't remember if there was 3 or 4 in each group, and they would strand them somewhere, and they gave them something some task that they had to accomplish with just whatever they found. They put them in a place where they could find what they needed. And they had to scrap, like they had to make maybe a camera one day. They had to make a telescope one day. They had to make.
I remember that show. I forgot what it was called.
There was only one scientist on each team, and then there was other people.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. And I've never. I looked at PBS. I've looked at I tried to find out what the hell this was, and I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite show on PBS was Antiques Roadshow. Just kidding, it wasn't. That show was.
I used to love Antiques Roadshow. It's still on. I mean,
no, they had a lady on Antique Roadshow. She had this weird looking vase. You know how much it went for? $150,000. It was a Tiffany vase.
Some of the best. My favorite ever on Antiques Roadshow, this guy brings in this painting. It's not that big. It's of a woman. It's kind of dirty. And the painting expert's like, tell us the story of how you got this. Well, I bought a house, and we had to clean out the whole house, and then the garage was just full of stuff, and we had to get rid of all that. We had to get a dumpster, and this was in the garage, and it looked all right, so I kept it. And then you guys came to town, and I thought I'd bring it in to see if it was anything.
Yeah.
And then the guy says, "What did you pay for the house?" And I'm like,
What?
"Oh crap!"
Because
the guy says, $40,000. This was a while ago. The guy says $40,000, and the guy said, "Well, you doubled your money."
What is
He found an $80,000 painting in the garage of a $40,000 house that he just bought.
My favorite scene on Antiques Roadshow was there was a guy brought in a little pipe. And you know how they have like clips of people that bring stuff. It's like little. They have them back to back to back where they bring stuff in and they're told what it's worth. And that before they have like the big people on there. But this guy brought in this little pipe and the guy told him it was. He said the value of it is like $1,800, and he's like, "I want to sell. I want to sell." He's like, "No, sir, that's the value of it. That's not what I'm giving you for it."
Don't even get me started, Zeb. I hated that show, Seven Heaven. Don't even get me started on that show. Ugh.
There was one. I think this was the best one ever. It was one of two of the best. There was this old woman that brought in this table, this huge table. Yeah. And it was old. It was old.
Yeah.
And the two twin brothers, two twin furniture guys, everybody knows who they are. Were both on it. So it was good because they were both on it.
Yeah.
And they estimated it was between worth $1 and $1.5 million. And then they actually set up for her to sell it at auction. And it actually went for like $3.5 million at auction. They actually showed it on the Antique Road.
Surprise.
Yeah. Now, did you guys see that? Did you guys see that Frank from American Pickers had a stroke and he's in the hospital in pretty bad condition?
Yes.
No, but I know that he wasn't doing great.
Yeah, he had a stroke.
I don't know why
they announced it this morning.
Whoa.
He was an alcoholic, unfortunately, and that's not good. That's why they let him go on the show. He not good.
Well, he said the reason that he was off the show is because he had back problems and because he had other health problems.
No, he might have, but he was a drinker.
Oh yeah, I remember that show, Party 85. Oh, wow. I remember Party 85. I used to watch that. That and Melrose Place and Beverly Hills 90210. Thinking what else in the 90s. Of course, Friends. Yeah.
I haven't watched American Pickers since like the third or fourth season.
There was that one show. I can't think of the name of it.
Well, I was also a fan of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh yeah, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I kind of watched that Angel show.
Yeah. I was like Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Oh yeah, that show.
And I had like a shirt and
Step by Step. I watched that, and Boy Meets World. Yes, Boy Meets World. Everybody saw that. I think everybody has at least
watched the sequel of it, Girl Meets World.
Yeah, I've seen it before they took it off of Netflix.
Now you can see it on Disney Plus.
Yeah, I don't want to pay for Disney Plus. I'll get it from someone for free. Yeah, everything is on Disney Plus pretty much. All the good shows.
I love Girl Meets World. I wish that they could have done at least 2 more seasons, but they ended it so fast. Yeah. Then again, I think that's the lifespan for like all those. It seemed like that was like last lifespan for like a lot of those Disney shows. Only 3 seasons. I don't think.
Yeah.
A lot of shows. They've got limited life and stuff. I remember when my son was little, we used to like to watch the show called Erie, Indiana. I don't know if you
I've heard of that show.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was kind of like they're trying to get as close to the Twilight Zone as they could without being too scary. It's kind of designed for kids, but it's still enough to kind of.
And then there was the Outer Limits too.
Yeah.
The Outer Limits was kind of like a Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
And well, I never really got into X-File, but everybody was into that show back in the day. I just never could really.
The X-Files started out good, but and then it turned into a conspiracy theory.
Well, they tried to do like a remake of it and release it.
It started out, oh look, there's an alien. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Let's go chase it. And then it went into something else after that.
Jeremy Landon. Yeah, I remember Jeremy Landon. London.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome.
The show that I wish I could have gone into it when it happened, and I still need to watch it, is Freaks and Geeks.
Oh yeah, Freaks and Geeks. I watched the whole entire season, and that was all there was of it. I watched every episode.
Yeah, and that was like.
I wish it would have lasted a little longer.
That show starred Linda Cardellini.
Yes, James Franco was in there.
I have a big crush on her. There's James Franco, Seth Rogen, Jason Segel, John Francis Daly, and Lizzie Phillips. There's like a lot of these big.
Yeah, John Francis Daly was also
big names that on that show. James Franco was on it, and
it's Freaks and Geeks didn't really last that long. I wish it would have lasted.
And I think even Judd Apatow showed up on that show before he decided to be behind the camera more. It was like one of his early stuff.
I mean, I was surprised it only lasted one season. I thought it should have lasted a little longer, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I think Netflix had it for a bit of time and then they took it down. My So-Called Life. Yeah, I remember My So-Called Life.
That was a good show. That was Terry, right?
Yeah. The Wonder Years was not the 90s, I don't think. Was it? Was it the 90s?
No, yeah, it was the 90s. That was the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, I tried to get into it. I'm like forgetting the years.
I think that show is totally up your alley, Lisa. Because that show is totally.
I watched it. I watched it in reruns. I watched some of the episodes in reruns. I haven't seen like the whole entire season, but yeah, I watched it. You gotta love Winnie Cooper and Fred. What's Fred Savage? Fred Savage's character's name. Oh, Kevin Arnold.
Kevin Arnold, yeah.
Yeah. And then you got the annoying older brother.
Yeah.
He's trying to.
I was like a fan of Fred Savage, but I was also a very big fan of his dad, Dan Lauria. He was like a great actor. He's like one of my favorites.
Yeah. He was good. He was in a lot of stuff.
Fred Savage is a prick in real life.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
I heard he got kicked off of the reboot.
They canceled the original run of that TV series because of him sexually assaulting somebody, and then the new TV series, it wasn't even on 3 months, and they fired him for sexually assaulting somebody. So he's
his wife. I'm surprised. Oh, the sci-fi ones. Oh, then you would probably like what's that sci-fi show in the 90s? There's can't think of the name of it now.
Speaking of assholes that were fired today, Vince McMahon retired, quote unquote retired, but if he was forced into it, I bet my life because he got caught giving money to women, paying them off from the company money for sexual assaults that he committed on them.
I gotta think of what was that show in the 90s? Sequest? Is it Sequest?
Yeah, that was a show in the 90s called Sequest.
Sequest. Yeah. There's another show. I'm thinking who was in it.
Yeah. The show I love was Quantum Leap.
Quantum Leap, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Quantum Leap.
Scott Bakula and one of my favorite actors,
Thanks.
Dean Stockwell. Yeah, I was a very big Dean Stockwell fan. And
I was trying to think of the show that what's his name was on, Will Wheaton. He was on a sci-fi show in the 90s.
Wasn't he
It's a
like
version
one
of
of
Star
those
Trek. I can't remember
Trek
which
shows?
version though.
He was on Star Trek, yes. He was on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Mhm.
But I'm trying to think if he was on some sci-fi show. I could have sworn he was.
He probably was. I don't know if
It's
it was
a
like
sci-fi
Firefly
show.
or something.
I mean, he was in Stand By Me, which everybody has seen.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen Stand By Me.
I've seen it. Cute movie.
Stand By Me was good.
It's a cute movie. You got Jerry O'Connell. You got a young River Phoenix. You have Will Wheaton. Yeah.
Jerry O'Connell went on to The Amazing Sliders.
Yeah.
It wasn't amazing.
MacGyver.
I've seen
Yeah.
that show recently. It's like
Jerry O'Connell and the Greek guy from Raiders in the Lost Ark. That was that show.
Yeah.
Which version do you like of MacGyver, Kits? Do you like the one with Richard Dean Anderson or the one with the kid? Escapes my mind. The new one.
Lucas Till.
Lucas Till, yeah.
Yeah.
Which version do you like? I'm like, I've only watched the original. I gotta see if Lucas Till is still doing MacGyver. Oh, MacGyver, he only did it for, is it still on? MacGyver? 3 seasons, okay. Well, I hope it's back. Yeah, I gotta go watch it. Definitely the original, okay? There's a show that my dad really liked that was on PBS. It was called Doc Martin. My dad would watch that
I
every
love
week.
Doc Martin.
Every week he would watch that show. And I started watching it. I started watching it too. You gotta love the sassy doctor.
I have some of the DVDs of that.
I like I like some of the BBC shows that they have, the British shows. They're pretty funny, like Keeping Up Appearances.
I used to do the theme song for Doogie Howser, MD.
Doogie Howser, oh yeah.
Early Neil Patrick Harris. Wow.
What I know about Doogie Howser, MD, that it was a totally awesome show.
Yeah. And there's like another show that came out, and I think it's a really great comedy show. It was called Wings.
Oh, Wings! Yes, I remember Wings.
That's like early Thomas Church, Tony Shalhoub, Stephen Weber.
Then there was also a show that's similar. Well, a show that was not similar, but they also had it during that time. Night Court. Also, I watched that.
Yeah, Night Court.
Night Court's more of the 80s.
It's but I still watched it because
the cool thing was Wings was like this midpoint of Kelsey Grammer going from being Frasier and Cheers to having his own show as Frasier, because it was by the same people. And so Frasier was another great 90s show.
I mean, and then Tony Shalhoub went on to do Monk, which was liked that show. Monk.
And that was like so great because I adored Shalhoub's acting. He was so amazing. So to see him succeed and have like his own big show was totally amazing. And of course, you had Thomas Haddon Church, where while he was doing Wings, he was one of the, I think he was one of the brothers in Tombstone, the one that died in that OK Corral
He was also in that movie. He was also in Sideways.
He was in Sideways. He did the Spider-Man movie. Yeah. Like that guy really went up big. Well, oh, and he also had like his own show. I think it was not Dharma and Greg, but it was something else that he did with Deborah Messing. It was like a very nice comedy show before Deborah Messing did.
No.
Will and Grace?
No, it was not Will and Grace. It was before that.
I got it.
Yeah, I can't remember. He did have a show though.
True Helper's going back to the 80s,
I can now
early
see.
80s, late 70s.
Okay, he was.
Ned and Stacy. That was the show called Ned and
Oh.
Yeah.
Stacy.
Yeah, because I always remember him. I always remember Deborah Messing being a Will and Grace.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I bought a bootleg 21 Pilots shirt at their concert because this guy outside was like, "You want a 21 Pilots shirt for $15?" I was like, "Sure." I bought it. I don't know where it is, but I have a bootleg 21 Pilots shirt. They actually spelled the names right of the date
Oh, that's good.
for $15.
Yeah, a couple of those actors on Wings went out to movie careers. Thomas Haddon Church, Tony Shalhoub. He also did the Men in Black movies. You know, he was the one getting his head blown off by Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith. And I didn't totally recognize him until later on. I was like, oh my god, that's the same guy.
Thinking what else? What else was big? A lot of people was into. There's a lot of shows that came out in the 90s.
Was Dharma and Greg during the 90s?
I think so.
yeah.
Dharma and Greg was during the 90s.
I love that show too.
Mad About You was also, I think, during the 90s as well.
Mad About You was great. Mad About You is underrated. That show was actually
The guy from
very well written.
the guy from Mad About You was also in an '80s TV sitcom called My Two Dads.
Oh, My Two Dads.
Yeah. I remember that show.
Yeah,
Paul Reiser.
I remember My Two Dads.
yeah.
Yeah. There was good.
Anybody remember the show Dear John?
No.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, with Judd Hirsch. Yeah.
Oh, Judd Hirsch. Yeah. He was also Judd Hirsch was also in what's that show? Oh, Just Shoot Me. I think he was
I love Just Shoot Me. Oh my god. Yeah, that was Spade.
David Spade, Judd Hirsch, I'm pretty sure was in it.
No,
not that Judd
it was
Hirsch.
David Spade, George Segal.
My bad. I got my Judds mixed
You're
up.
amazing.
Judd Nelson.
No, not Judd Nelson was on it.
No, because I got my Judds mixed up. I was like, wait a minute. Judd Hirsch is older than Judd Nelson.
Yeah, it had George Segal, it had Laura St. Giacomo, Wendy Malick, Enrico Castellani, and David Spade was on it, Rena Sofer.
Yeah.
And I remember there's an episode where Enrico Coletani's cousin came out, and he was played by David Cross, and he was supposed to play a little bit like, not all there, because I guess it was like in an accident when he was a kid, so he played sort of like a little bit the R word.
David Cross.
And
not
but
David Cross. He can't pull that off.
Yeah.
David Cross was great. David Cross
and
was great.
throughout the entire episode, George Segal keeps annoying him by like, look it, you put this thing in the wall and then it goes somewhere. It's like there's like some type of suction going on it, and he's like, vacuum. It's like, no, not a vacuum, and then and then he just loses it, and then he realizes that the jig is up. It was like a great show.
I know Alf. Come on. Alf was my childhood. How can we not know Alf? Alf
and then
yeah.
And then
Back to Life too.
This show started in like '88, but it went into the '90s, and it's like one of my favorite sketch shows, and that is Kids in the Hall.
Oh, Kids in the Hall. Yeah, I watched that.
Anyone remember Facts of Life?
Yeah. I remember the Facts of Life.
I'm a very big Dave Foley fan. I love Foley, and he did Newsroom afterwards. News Radio, yeah. Him and great Phil Hartman, yeah.
Yeah.
And what's his name? The podcaster that everybody hates.
Children was based off of Caps.
Fear Factor guy. What's his name?
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan came from News Radio.
Yeah.
And Andy Dick, Stephen Root was on it.
Andy
John
Dick
Lovett.
before he got arrested many times for weird things.
Well,
And
I mean,
one
Andy
woman,
Dick.
I forget her name, but she went on the ER for a while.
Well, lived up to his name.
Candy Anderson, who went out to do CSI show. Some people.
You know what show I miss from like the early 2000s? Cold Case. Man, I love that damn show. It was on CBS after CSI.
CSI was great too. I liked Criminal Minds. I think that was my favorite of the criminal shows. Criminal Minds. I like that one.
I like Criminal Minds, but I didn't like it after Manny Patinkin left because that was a very
when Manny Patinkin left, it was kind of. Well, Manny Patinkin is now on Homeland.
Yeah.
Yeah, Manny Patinkin has a TikTok and it's pretty funny.
And the thing is, like, I was a very big fan of his, but then later on, I stopped being a fan when I started to hear why he left Criminal Minds. He said, like, Criminal Minds was, like, beneath him as an actor. He felt like he could do better.
I mean,
and I was like, what are you talking about? Criminal Minds was such a great, solid show. That
I mean, they replaced him with Joe. They replaced him with Joe.
My name is Inigo Montoya.
Yeah.
Father.
You killed my father. You know that. You know the Inigo Montoya scene was based off of his dad who had cancer and passed away. Yeah, that's how he did the scene. Because his dad had passed away when he filmed that movie. Or
yeah, he was from Joe Mantegna.
Mantegna, yeah. And then I liked Thomas Gibson. He was great, but my favorite was Spencer Reed. I love Spencer Reed. I have the DVDs of the show somewhere, like seasons 1 through 4.
Oh, Matthew Gubler. I love Matthew Gubler.
I love Matthew Gubler.
He's funny.
He does stuff on his website. And one time I bought like a T-shirt that he made. He drew it.
Yeah.
And I don't know where it is, but that T-shirt was nice. I just bought it because he drew it. Felt like.
And you know, there's an episode. There's like a couple of episodes in there where I felt like really showed what James Van Der Beek could do as an actor. And it had to do with him playing a schizophrenic kind of character that takes Spencer Reed hostage. And you could just see him like play two sides of a coin in those two episodes.
I mean, if you had to think about it, what was the best criminal episodes when Justin Bieber got shot? Justin Bieber was in a TV. I forgot what TV show he was in. But he played a
CSI Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a CSI.
Yeah, that was good. It's like,
oh yeah. When I saw that, then someone did like a video where it was like, you know, they kept playing it back, and I was like, this is so fun. I like this.
We talked about the monsters. We talked about the monster shoe helper, and we agree that the new monster is.
Yeah.
But the old monster.
You can't judge something you haven't seen yet.
Oh, I'm gonna be right. You're gonna come back and say, Lisa, you're right.
I've seen the trailer.
That's enough. To Netflix, I think.
This may not be a popular opinion to you, but I didn't like Roseanne Barr. So when they canceled her that fast, I was happy as shit.
You know what? You're not alone. You're not alone in that sentiment. You're not alone with that.
I think shows like that just set a bad example. The people that aren't too bright are more than willing to follow.
Yeah.
Well, Roseanne's not too bright.
Family should behave, and I think it's just bad for society.
Paulina, can I ask you something? Would you feel the same way if they canceled Paul McCartney for some stupid shit he said?
No.
Exactly.
Because if he said something bad and I didn't like what he said, then I'll be like, no, I'm done now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is. If it's one of my favorite musicians says something, I'd be like, yeah, done.
But he will never do that, so yay. But
Well,
Roseanne, we knew off the bat how batshit crazy Roseanne is, and so it was like only like little bit time that show started that we all knew like
I mean,
she's gonna
is that
do
show still
something
on air?
at some point, and she's gonna get her show taken away, and of course,
You know what?
it got taken away.
Speaking of another show, I really liked that show called Shameless. That was a good show. I like the character.
The UK one was better. The original UK Shameless is
I've
better.
seen all of the UK one, but I like the US one too. I've seen them both.
I think the UK one was so much better. The dad was so much more convincing.
He was, but you know, it was still a good show. I liked it.
The UK one. They never. I don't think they ever filmed this episode because they would copy the episodes in America. The UK one was a Christmas special, and it opens from an overhead shot in front of the bar that the old man always hung out at, and there's like 2 feet of snow on the ground, and the snow is falling, and it's idyllic, and the bar sign is blinking, and the camera zooms into the road, gets tighter and tighter, and this yellow spot starts forming in the snow, and it gets bigger and bigger, and then the guy wakes up and he comes out of the snow and he shakes his head off, and he's like, and he's peed himself, and it's like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, the show Shameless started in the UK. And you know, 2 people you might recommend. One person you might recognize from the show is James McAvoy. He played Steve, and went on to do like X-Men and other movies.
Yeah.
But there's like with The Office. With The Office, I'll be honest with you, I like the UK Office. The UK Office was funny.
Well,
I like
UK Office is way better. I think
UK
most
Office
of
is
the
better
UK
than the
ones
Office.
are better.
Zeb, you're preaching to the choir was Saved by the Bell. I love that show.
I love Saved by the Bell. How could you? Saved by the Bell. Saved by the Bell.
That show gave us like a very young Leigh Remini. She was like very, very young in that show, and it was such great to see her. And then
my favorite character,
even though
my favorite character on that show was Screech. I like Screech. Misunderstood, but I loved him.
I was a Tiffany Amber Thiessen kind of person.
Yeah,
I loved her.
I'll admit it. When I was young, you know, I was all googly eyes for Mario Lopez's character.
Well, you can watch Hallmark's Christmas in July, and I guarantee you'll see Tiffany Amber Thiessen at some point.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? There's a show that came out not so long ago. It was White Collar, and that was with Matt Boomer and Tim DeKay, and she was in it as Tim DeKay's wife, and she was pretty good in that show.
Yeah.
Plus, she was also good in 90210.
Yeah, I've never seen White Collar, but
it's a good show. It's oh my god, that show
I know Matt Boomer's in it.
That show has the late great Willie Garson.
Yeah. Oh, Willie Garson from City. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in that show too. He played Mozzie. That was his character's name, Mozzie, and I just loved him in that show. And I remember I heard that he passed away. He was such a beautiful man.
You know what? Speaking of Willie Garson, I never really got into Sex in the City. I know he was in that, and I tried. I like watched a few episodes, and I just never really got into that show.
Same here. I didn't catch on that show.
I love Full House.
The only reason why I watched it was because Willie Garson was in that show, as well as Mario Cantone. I love Mario Cantone. He's like one of my favorite stand-up comedians, and you know he's Italian, and he's gay at the same time, and so the stuff that he does on his specials are totally amazing.
Yeah, we're the same exact age, Zeb. If your parents did not raise you on Full House, which my parents put me in front of a TV, and I always watch Full House. Now the reboot of Full House wasn't bad. I've seen every episode. Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
I hated Fuller. I hated that reboot.
I
because
wasn't
felt
bad.
like
It's not better than Full House. I just wish they would have had the twins back, but that's just my opinion.
I just wish that they could have made it less bland.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
the thing was like the whole thing with like Candace Cameron Bure was like she was like I cannot say this, I cannot say that because I'm Christian, and so I have to be a
Oh,
very
she just
nice
totally shut
woman
herself
in
in
the
the foot.
show, and so
You can
she
find her on the Hallmark Channel as well.
I know.
Yeah, you have.
Paulina, if you think about it, the first run of that series was banned also. There was no cussing or no. It was
I know
just bland.
there's no cussing or anything, but it was not as bland as the Fuller show was because they really made it like more Christian like that show. Even though there was some type of like I felt like there was a lesbianic tone between the sister and the best friend or something like that.
Oh,
But
Gilmore
it's like that
Girls.
show. It just watching her in that show was just so fucking annoying. Whereas I loved her in the original show because the original show was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not better than the original. I mean, I watched it. I didn't care for it like the original. But
Yeah.
oh yeah, Gilmore Girls. Dev. I'll admit, I saw about maybe 3 seasons of Gilmore Girls, and then I kind of fell off the Gilmore Girls wagon, and then I picked it up again when it was about to
How
end.
about Charmed?
Yeah, it was okay.
I
watched
love
a couple
Charmed.
episodes.
I'm a very big Alyssa Milano fan. I had a crush on her all my life. From Who's the Boss to Charmed, I just totally was in love with Alyssa Milano.
You know, Zeb, our taste was awful, Zeb, but you know you sat there and watched Charm. I know you did, Zeb.
Yeah,
You were
Violent
probably
Pit,
watching
I am.
Charm. Zeb was probably watching for Alyssa Milano. Don't lie, Zeb. Not good to lie in a court of law.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
Alyssa Milano. I didn't care for
Tim probably
Shannon
watches them
Doherty,
every
and I
week.
purely didn't care for Rose McGowan. It was all about Alyssa Milano. I felt like she was the leader of the whole thing.
Yeah. I see Zeb's not denying it. He didn't say yes or no to it. I think he is a big fan. Oh, he watched Seven Heaven and Gilmore Girls. Zeb is letting us in on his guilty pleasure.
There you go.
Zeb sat in front of the TV and watched it for what's that girl's name? Jessica Biel. And he watched Gilmore Girls for the girl that was married to who's married to Vincent Cartesier. He's in Mad Men. Yeah, I never really sat through a whole entire season of Mad Men.
Oh, Mad Men's great. I need to finish the series.
I think I might have. Now I think of it, I might have watched the first season.
I do admit, I did watch Gilmore Girls for Jessica Biel as well. She's amazing. Love her.
Yeah.
And then, Seven Heaven. And then Gilmore Girls, the person I found funny in that show was a very young Sean Gunn, who we all now know as Kraglin in the Guardians of the Galaxy Marvel movies. He was in that show. And there's like the other kid on that show too. He's that sort of like Sylvester Stallone. I know he's in that new show, This Is Us. His name is Milo Ventimiglia.
Milo Ventimiglia.
Yeah.
He was in Heroes. Remember Heroes?
Yeah.
And he was also in This Is Us. Besides
Sorry, Lisa, I meant to send that to Dusty, not you.
Yeah, he's such an amazing actor.
Why are you sending me pictures of girls? You got something to explain, Cap? Why are you sending pictures of girls to people?
Because I like talking to different women.
And of course, Gilmore Girls gave us one of the best comedic actresses out there. Melissa McCarthy.
Oh
That's where she
yeah,
got her
loved
start.
her.
Like,
I loved her in Bridesmaid. That movie was hilarious. The whole
I think
bathroom
everything
scene.
that she does is hilarious.
No,
It's
but
like,
the bathroom scene in Bridesmaid when they went to the restaurant, they all ate that food, and the next thing you know, they're like in the bridal boutique, and they all have to go to the bathroom.
and not to spoil it, but if you watch Thor: Love and Thunder, she comes out in that movie.
Yeah.
She comes out as Kate Blanchett's character from Thor Ragnarok. So picture that in your head. Melissa McCarthy as Hela.
I get that Vinyl Pix 86, but I think he meant to send that to some of his guy friends, not me. Yeah.
I think the only thing that I like about
it's late.
Yeah, it's over. It's 2:30. Wow, it's 2:34.
It's already too late.
It's 5:25.
Oh yeah. Good night,
Well,
Tim.
thanks for coming, Tim.
All right. Good night, guys.
Bye,
See you
Tim.
later.
Good night, Tim.
And then there were 4.
There were 4. Yeah, there's lots of good
And,
shows in the 90s.
When it comes to Hallmark, some of the shows I do like are the ones with God, what is her name? And my uncle and I would talk about her all the time.
I like
Lacey
watching the
Chabert.
old.
Lacey
Chabert.
Chabert, yeah. Chabert.
Yeah, she's
I like
like,
watching
she
the
does
old
those shows
TV
called All
shows
of My
that they
Heart.
put on Hallmark. Other than that,
Yeah.
I don't watch Hallmark.
I try not
Yeah.
to.
Me neither.
Yeah,
And,
everybody has seen Married with Children. Peggy was your typical mom that, Al hated Peggy, but no matter what Peggy did, Al would still marry her. Remember the episode where Al was going to get married to Vanna White, and Peggy walked up and came home, and she foiled it. I mean, who doesn't want a mom that sits in front of a TV, eats bonbons all day while watching Oprah? And then you had the son. He's like you, Cap. His name was Bud. He had all these aspirations of women that he wanted to be with. And he was like successful like 30% of the time. And the other 70% of the time, he was like unsuccessful. And then you had Kelly. Kelly's the type that Cap goes for.
it's sad that the son is like the only person in that show that didn't go off to do great things after it ended. Like Christina Applegate, she went off to do such
David
amazing
Faustino
movies.
didn't go on to do great shows.
Ed O'Neill picked up again and started amazing stuff like Modern Family. And then, of course, you have Kay Siegel, who went off to do from Futurama to 8 Simple Rules to of Anarchy.
Yeah, Sons of Anarchy.
Still doing amazing stuff here. You're like, damn, like, and you're like hoping that, like,
David Faustino didn't go on to do anything else after that. He kind of, him and the other actors in that show, some of them didn't go on to do other things.
Yeah.
Like David Faustino, his career just never picked up after Married with Children.
Yeah. I think he was the only person that really got typecast, and we were like, no. Let's see. Yeah, the others didn't do well either. So it was just mainly Ed O'Neill, Kate Siegel, and Christina Applegate.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, Dusty.
What's right? What's up?
We're talking about
What's up, people?
Hey.
We got into the subject.
So I have noticed. I've been watching actually.
Yeah.
Where'd Tim go?
He
Tim's
left.
getting tired.
Tim went to go watch Hallmark Channel.
He would go watch a Hallmark panel. Okay. Yeah, I was following the conversation. I was like, I was in on it. I was in the peanut gallery. I was grooving with it.
I wasn't quite sure if you were quite awake because you had all that tequila with them. Jesus.
Well, I mean, I've had a couple of macaritas, and I have one right now, but it takes a lot for a fat guy my size to get loaded. So,
I know that.
Yeah, it's like I would probably have had to start drinking at maybe 4 for me to be buzzed by now. So
Yeah. I'm the same exact way, Dusty. The only reason that I was feeling it the other night is because I got 10 Southern Comfort bottles of Southern Comfort, them little mini bottles.
So is Deb admitting something? Deb was in love with the lesbian character on Married with Children.
The chicken? He used to say that she was like a chicken, be like,
Amanda Pierce or something.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was a lesbian. She came out afterwards that she was lesbian and stuff, but
I'll be right back.
Okay, but yeah, she was. Yeah, she came out afterwards that she was. Yeah, that she was gay and stuff like that. But Zeb, you should never admit that. But you know, it was like funny because it was an ongoing joke that Bud was like totally into her though, or that he wanted to bang her or whatever. You know, it was like a too long movie, which was kind of creepy if you think about it. Like during the 80s, of course, they got away with it, but nowadays it'd be pretty on PC. They'd be like, "Oh, okay, a younger man trying to like."
I'm curious to see what that guy Bud did, because I think that was the only show he did, or maybe he did some other stuff too.
Honestly,
yeah.
Dusty, if two people, like if it's real life and two people care about each other, who gives a fuck about age?
Yeah.
Unless they're under 18.
Well, yeah, of course. I know, but he was under 18 on the show. Remember, he was supposed to be like a teenager or something like that, and he kept on putting her in these uncomfortable situations. But the thing was, they totally tried to make it like, okay, he was a young kid and he was like a predator, like he was totally like, you know, trying to like get her in these situations all the time and stuff. So it's like, yeah. You know, but then there was Christina Applegate. Christina Applegate was supposed to be underage. She was supposed to be under 18. You know, and you know there was a whole country of like old men who were like, you know. Zeb says, I still try to find the Love Boat DVDs, except season 1. You can't find season 1 in Norway?
They don't sell season 1 of Love Boat? That's a great show.
What is your region, Zeb?
And that was a weird thing. When Married with Children was around, I didn't get anything from Christina Applegate. I didn't have like a crush on her or anything. For some reason.
Yeah, same here. She was my type.
Yeah.
No, my dad loved Al Bundy's character. He thought he was hilarious.
The thing is that Al Bundy's character was like every man.
Yeah.
You know, but it's just that he was like over exaggerated and he was amped up what every man thought, you know, stuff like that. But it's like, yeah, he was like to the extreme, but it was pretty much like how every man probably felt. Like, you know, I'm married with children, fuck, I'm stuck, you know, type shit. But like when he did the whole no ma'am thing, I mean, it was pretty hilarious. I mean, that shit would not fly now.
No, it wouldn't.
You know, you would not be able to do something like where he was making fun of like fat women and their cankles and you know, all that stuff. Now he would be. There's no way you'd get away with that on network television now.
No.
Can I ask you a question, though, Dusty?
Sure.
Who cares about network television anymore?
Nobody. I was watching a thing by the Junkman. I don't know if anybody watches him, the Junkman. He's this guy who's actually like a Star Wars toy collector, blah, 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 whatever. But he does these things where he does these nostalgia moments where it's supposed to be like, you know, fucking old men my age, you know, where we like kind of reflect back on when we were kids during the 80s and whatever. But he was doing this whole like thing on like when Star Wars first came out on HBO, how excited we were and how when it first like came on like network television or something like that. And that, you know, like, who even cares nowadays? And he was like saying, when Star Wars first came out on network television, everyone was excited. Empire Strikes Back, same thing. Everyone was excited to see it on network television. By the time Return of the Jedi rolled around, nobody cared about network television anymore. You know, stuff like that. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're not really an old man. You're only 10 years older than me. Please, old man.
Lisa, we're fucking old. You know, if you think about the scheme of things. You know, we may not feel old, but
that happened to me recently where some guy was like, "Dude, you're old," and I was like, "What? I'm only 40." He's like,
"Lisa, you're a cougar."
No. He wasn't into me. He was just there with his girlfriend. He was like, "You're not young." It's like, well, I know that now.
Oh, you know, Lisa, you end up looking at a young guy and you're kind of like, put the butt in the air and the butt kind of goes like this in the air and you're kind of like getting ready to pounce.
I'm not getting with a younger guy. Those younger guys, don't know what they want in life.
Give you 10 more years. 10 more years and be like, oh, huh, well, maybe.
The young people, the young ones, the really young ones, they just want it for the dollar.
Well, I mean, the thing is that right now you're supposed to be at that. Maybe I shouldn't go there. I'm not gonna try and completely like analyze it or whatever, So I'm not a fucking psychoanalyst, but when you hit 40, you're supposed to be
the dollar to give nobody.
Not really, no, not really. Where do you think the kids made it in life for Married with Children's character? That's pretty interesting to say.
Well, I know that.
Did they go to college? I mean, supposedly.
Christina Applegate and what's her name, Katie Seagal and Ed O'Neill went on to do stuff, but David Faustino kind of.
No.
No. You said if you went in the timeline. The characters. Where do you think the characters would be?
Didn't Christina Applegate's character get married at the end of the series? Yeah.
Did she? I don't even remember seeing the end of it.
She did, and Bud was still single, and of course, Peggy and Bud. Al was still married.
I would assume.
But they had a kid. Didn't they have a kid? Like they had another kid in the show.
Kelly became the Uchi of the VC.
Yeah, the kid was number 7 or something. Was named
was
7.
That was that the kid they brought in, right? That was the kid they brought in the house.
That was kind of when the show went go downhill after that. It was a cousin Oliver of the show.
Maybe Christina Applegate grew up to be like the Melinda Murphy of the VC. There you go.
I don't know.
She married Rich. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't watch her.
Don't kill me. I love you, Melinda. I'm just kidding. Totally respect you. I'm just playing. Cool. No, like she would even be watching us. She's like, I don't want you peons.
No, we are not audio enough.
None of you own 1 steps. Get away from my presence. Get out of my presence. James told me yesterday, I'm so happy that I'm not on Rachel's anymore. Yeah, I can see it, where he is happy probably not to be over there anymore, but
there's still people that watch.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm just not even going to go there.
I got this really cool action figure.
There you go. That's nice. Nice. Look, he's skanking. Or he's actually doing the pit. Yep. I did like Peggy and Sons of Anarchy. I like her on the Connors, too. I mean, I kind of like her character on the Connors. Yeah. That she's with Dan now and stuff like that. And I watched, I bench watched it because I didn't even know that the new season had come out. So I bench watched the whole season, I think, a couple of days ago. And it was supposed to be like the whole thing where he was getting rid of the bedroom set, that him and Roseanne had together and stuff like that. And, she wanted him to buy a new bedroom set. And he was having a hard time with it, and he's trying to sell the dresser for $500 and stuff like that. He's like, well, this bedroom set meant a lot to me because when everybody said I didn't have shit and I wasn't going to be shit, your mother wanted this bedroom set, and I worked hard to get it for her, so, he's like, this means a lot to me, so it's hard to let go of it. But Zeb said, I think he will do a stream tomorrow for you guys. Is Strange Things worth paying?
It's going to be a subject matter that I don't know a lot about. Elvis.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about Elvis. I mean, I know.
I do. I love Elvis from the time I was
I don't know so much on there, Cap, but he's looking for people to be on that panel.
Well, I mean, he would have Beans and Tim would know a lot about Elvis, don't they?
Matthew Street's going to be on there.
He's going to get Matthew Street. Nice.
Yeah, and if he can get, he's going to try to get Ed from King's Court.
Yeah. Now, who is it that's doing the panel?
James.
Okay. Yeah, I'd do it for James. I'd go on there with James.
James was looking for people, and he asked me and Paulina to come up, and I told him straight out, I don't know shit about Elvis.
If he gets Matthew Street and Joe Mayo and
Ed from King's Court,
his channel's going to go up.
Well,
Those are, I mean, not the heaviest of hitters, but they're pretty heavy hitters.
No, well, in terms of Elvis stuff, Ed is the. Is everybody knows Ed knows everything. He's met Elvis, Ed from Bean Score.
I was about to say, Zeb, you know what? That's the only one that I actually have, is I have the 2 CD, you know, Elvis #1s, and I end up having like his Christmas album, but that's about it. That's all I really have.
Yeah, Zeb. You should watch Stranger Things.
After watching the first like maybe 4 to 5 episodes, it'll suck you in.
Yes, it will. The first episode didn't suck me in, but the 5th episode, I was like, yeah, I'm invested.
And G.I. Blue's got a pocket full of rainbows. Okay. He's what were you watching? Freaking Easy A or something? I got a pocket full of rainbows. How's that song go?
I feel the sunshine. I got
There you go.
Take me away. Oh, I can't sing it right now because everybody's sleeping.
Dustin, that girl that I sent you a picture of, she just subscribed to my channel.
Did she really?
She did really.
Is she a Mansonite?
No.
No. Okay.
A friend of a friend.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. I was kind of like, wow.
She subscribed to my channel. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? Don't mean to burst your little bubble there, Cap. But I was like thinking earlier, you know, when that girl was talking about the game card, remember?
Yes.
I was thinking that could have been a scammer. And the reason why I say that,
address and stuff, so I don't know. I never went.
Yeah,
talking about locking her fucking kids in the bedroom, so I'm like, nope, not gonna happen.
Well, no, the only reason why I'm saying that is if she had told you before you actually went out there, because I was thinking, okay, wait a minute, she's gonna go ahead, she's gonna tell him to get the game card, blah blah blah, whatever, right. And then she's gonna tell you before you show up, well, let me go ahead and have the number ahead of time so I can load it on their machine before you get here, so we don't have to deal with it. You know, and then you wouldn't get the address. You'd be like, well, where's the address? And she was just like, go silent. You know, I'm not saying that you're not an attractive,
I know there's a lot of people out there that
very gay, but you know, there's, you got to be careful. It's fucking.
I mean, Cap, I thought you were going to get catfish. I'll be honest with you. I thought you were going to get catfish. It was too good to be true.
No. You just got to worry when they say, call me on my direct line. It's a 976 number.
There you go. 976 1-900. 1-900 Lisa wants to be Rachel. No, I was kidding. Just kidding. 1-900. Lisa's all.
Yeah, Cap, this girl, she of age.
Huh?
The girl that you sent the picture of.
What the fuck's he gonna do? It's the internet. He's gonna turn around and be like, "Oh, hold your ID up with 2 fingers, please." I mean, what's he gonna do?
He's 34.
Lisa.
34? Wow, she looks young.
Yeah, I mean, look at the one who wrote me and said she was 40.
I thought, she looked like she was in her 20s.
She looked young, but the only reason why you have to be, you also have to be careful, like when the conversation they give, you can usually tell right away, you know, and like with her, she like asked one question, and she said one thing, and then she never bothered me again, you know. Then after that, it was just like, so when are you streaming again? So I could tell right away it was okay. Maybe she was real. Because she wasn't really like interacting with me like, oh, can you this? You know, it was just kind of like, she hit me up, talked to me, but I don't know. You know how that goes.
Yeah. If they start sending you like, suggestive selfies, Cap, you know they want more than one thing.
Well, I mean, with Cap, they always want him. I mean, they always want
I know, Cap.
They want the little Cap.
Yeah, they want the little. They want you, Cap.
Salute. They want the little Popeye the Sailor Man.
I'm thinking about splitting my channel off into 2 channels and have Cap that's calling for like the Manson stuff, and then my new channel for like the VC. will be
I'll be honest with you, your
the
man's
$1 audio file.
You're
Isn't
not,
that the suggestion that we've been giving you for the
I was
past
like,
more
you
months?
mean like I told you 2 months ago?
I told you
No.
that. I told you that 2 channels ago. I told you
I'm
that
just
2
kidding.
channels ago.
No, it'd be a good idea. It would be a good idea. And then also you have a backup, so in case if the Manson channel goes down, you still have your VC channel still unaffected.
Yeah,
you know.
That's a good idea, Cap. It's great when I first heard it from Lisa and Dusty and myself.
Lisa's gonna start another channel too. She's gonna start an OnlyFans.
No. None of you are getting it.
It's gonna be www.com.
Do not give the trolls ideas. They're going to ask you for it.
www.com.
I'm not going to do an OnlyFans. No way.
There you go. Lisa's gonna start getting cranky. You start getting Oscar the Grouchy.
No, I just know because there was that troll that Dolan had. There's a troll that Dolan had. He constantly asked me for it. He'd constantly be asking. He's like, "Do you have an OnlyFans?" I'm like, "No." And he's like, "Well, you should start one because." And then he kept bugging and harassing for it, and I was like, "No, I don't have an OnlyFans." Give up.
Okay, Lisa. I'm gonna say something, and you're probably not gonna like it, but here's your balloon. Here's the needle. Pop. I'm gonna pop it. Here's what was gonna happen with that. He was gonna try and get nude photos of you, so that way he would have power over you, not because he wanted to see them.
No.
Because in that way, he'd be able to tell you to do whatever he wanted you to do, because that's obviously what this guy was doing.
Well,
he tried to do the same thing to Richard.
I obviously
know,
knew that. That's why I gave one address that was fictitious.
But I know sometimes Lisa gets to that. He wants me. Stop. You know what it reminds me of? It's like, what was that freaking movie? Wait. Do you remember that scene from Cheech and Chong? I think it was Still Smoking. No, not Still Smoking. Cheech and Chong's next movie, when they break into the whole motel room, and the woman's like, "Don't you touch me! Get away from me! I know you want me. Stop! Get away!" That's what it kind of reminds me of.
No,
but I mean, it's like,
it was just weird because he's a teenager, and it was just no.
So he says, you can't believe a damn thing anybody tells you on the internet too. It's like, you gotta stop being so gullible, Lisa. They could tell you they're a teenager, doesn't mean they are. He could have been a 50-year-old fucking man for all you knew.
I'm gullible some of the time.
You just when it comes to the internet, don't believe anything anybody tells you. Don't believe anything anybody tells you. You just don't. But I mean, didn't like Richard start a whole new channel or some shit like that? Like he has a whole new not trying to promote him, not sponsored.
No, you're not sponsored by Richard. Richard's not sponsored for you.
Not sponsored. I'm all adamandeve.com, code Dusty. Just kidding. I'm all adamandeve.com, code Dusty.
Yeah.
Frog said feet. You've got feet fans, Dave?
I made that thumbnail of my OnlyFans for feet. So.
There you go. I knew a girl, and this is true life. This is no bullshit. My daughter has a friend who's about her age, 23, 24. She did an OnlyFans, just her feet. She made over $6,000 in 1 month. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. I know I can make some money on certain things at OnlyFans. I'm not going to do it.
I mean, if it's only your feet.
No.
I don't know.
I
buy a lot of records there.
Yeah, $6,000.
I can't make money on my feet. My feet are ugly.
But the thing is, you have to understand, Lisa. And there's somebody out there who likes everything. There's a market for everything. Just like me, I turn around and say, I'm a fat guy. Women don't like fat guys, and you find out, there's girls that like fat guys. Yeah. So I mean, look at Cap. He knows about them.
I mean, come on. Why would you want a skinny guy when you can have a fat guy? There's more to hold on to.
That's true. Isn't that true, Cap?
His
mic is off.
There's more cushion.
He's pooping again.
There's more cushion. There's way more cushion with a bigger guy.
Cap is taking a poop break.
Mm-hmm.
He's going poop.
Poop, poop, poop.
No, but Yeah. So I mean, yeah, she made like over $6,000 in 1 month, from what I understand. I mean, I didn't see receipts and all that shit, but it's just my daughter's like, she made over $6,000, and I was like, on just her feet. I'm like, I can't even be like, oh, you shouldn't do that. That's harmful. You shouldn't be on OnlyFans. Like, who's the stupid one? Who's the dummy?
By showing your stomach, I'm sure there's a market for that on OnlyFans.
There could be. There's a market for everything, like I was saying. There is. Yeah, there's a market for everything. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I really, really, really delve deep, I'm sure there'd be somebody who'd want to like sit here and watch me like eat Cheez-Its and drink my macaritas. Who knows? Market for everything. Market for everything. I don't know.
Yeah, there are those meat farm channels. So.
Yeah, there you go. There's mukbang channels.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that. You could just sit in front of a camera and eat pizza and Cheez-Its and drink beer all day.
Excuse me. I had not realized that the whole reason behind the mukbang fad was because of lonely people. That's where it started from. And I guess how it started was in Japan. There was all kinds of lonely people who would come home to their little freaking cubicles, their little cubicle apartments, and they would eat dinner alone. So they started doing these things where they would do mukbangs where there was people online that they could sit there and have dinner with.
Yep.
And I guess that's how it started, the whole mukbang phenomenon.
Yep. It's big in Japan and Korea.
I'm sorry, what?
But I don't think police could handle some of the comments that people throw out at her for setting their eating. Like,
I mean, Lisa would probably have to have a little bit thicker skin, but yeah, but I mean, if you really think about it, though, Cap, I mean, Lisa has put up with a lot of shit in the VC, so I mean, I think she's got her skin. I think it's developing a layer. It's starting to, she's had to deal with a lot of shit,
Yeah, but I've had to deal with lots of crazy guys. That guys in the past that have asked to see my cans. And I sent him a picture. He's like, "Can I see your cans?" And I sent him a picture. I sent him a picture of tin metal cans. It's like, there you go.
A picture of my cans. Did you tell him, okay, boomer, it's 1955. Show me a picture of your cans. Go show him a picture of your legs.
And you know what?
World War II and shit.
After that, he never bothered me.
Have you ever seen that guy Nicky Avocado and that chick that he does?
Oh yeah.
Songs with? Man, do they get a lot of fucking hate comments.
He don't care though. He's reeling in the cash. He don't give a shit.
Nicky Avocado used to be a vegan, and he was really healthy.
And he weighed like 100 and something pounds, like 120, 130 pounds, something like that.
400.
If I was making all kinds of money hands over fist, do you think I would give a shit what somebody said to me on the internet? I'd be like, sure, dude, whatever.
But Nicky Avocado's not healthy anymore. He's gained a lot of weight.
Well, he's like over 300 or 400 pounds, something like that. But that chick that he was doing the videos with, that Cap was mentioning, she really, really looks unhealthy. Like she looks like she can't get up or anything.
I mean, I know that there are people out there that like the big chicks, but some of the chicks have to come to the realization that they're not healthy. Some of them, because you can't be like close to 400 pounds as a woman and be healthy. I don't know. Maybe
you can't be but I mean, there's BBW, and then there's what they call the SSBBW, which is like super sized BBW.
And then
it's a fetish thing.
And then there's the curvy women, which there's different types.
Well, I mean, there's curvy, and there's like because they end up having what they call the POG.
Yeah.
Which are supposed to be the thicker women, and then they have the BBW, which are the big women.
Yeah.
And then they have what they call the SSB. People are like probably like out there in like the universe, internet land, going like, "Damn, Dusty knows a lot about this shit."
I do.
But I do. Cap tells me all about it.
You like the BBWs.
Cap tells me all about it. Of course I do. Where do you think I learn everything? Cap tells me everything.
Cap taught you all you need to know about big women.
Yeah. Yeah, Cap's like, oh, have you seen this girl? Oh my God. Just kidding.
the biggest size I ever been clothes wise was size 16, which is now the average size for a woman. Yeah, size 16 is the average size for a woman. I was looking at all my old clothing, realizing I went from size 16 to 8, which is a good accomplishment.
Excuse me. Mm-hmm.
I think that was a good accomplishment.
Yeah, definitely.
Because when I was big, the number one thing I had a problem with was walking places, because I get tired so quick, and I'd have to sit down. So I was like, I don't want to be that way forever.
Hello, Michael.
Good morning, Mr. Pilmer.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, no, I was just going to say there's people that take it to extremes. You have like a lot of these people that do the mukbangs, they overeat and stuff. They get really big, and then you have people who have big channels that look like this girl here who's anorexic.
Oh, Eugenia Cooney. Oh,
yeah.
She's been hospitalized a few times. I mean,
yeah, people were really concerned about her, and she admitted that she had a.
Yeah.
You see, the thing about it I've been skinny. I've been super skinny before, but not that skinny. I think, it's fine if you eat. There's also the challenge where the guys like their women to eat. So they'll force them to eat their feeders. You ever heard of that?
I'm sorry, what were you saying again, Lisa?
You ever heard of feeders? The men that force
Yes.
Yeah.
I have heard of feeders. What was I going to say? I actually came across a woman who actually had a feeder, I think, that I knew of on YouTube. What was her name? I don't remember fully, but yeah. But yeah, she had a feeder, and she was in a feeder situation. I was kind of like, that's kind of like abuse, but
yeah.
Because I think most guys, if they're with someone, they'll accept the fact that if their woman decides that she wants to lose weight for health reasons, they'll accept it. If you're one of those guys that only going to stay with a woman because she's a certain size and not accept her when she loses weight, then that's not cool.
Well, there was that show is called 1,000 Pound Sisters.
Yeah.
One of them actually had a boyfriend, and the boyfriend had turned around, and he was a feeder and was trying to feed her, and told her if she went below, I think it was 300 pounds, that he would break up with her or something of that sort.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, she ended up getting really sick, though, didn't she? And ended up in the hospital.
I see her TikToks and stuff like that because I still end up having her on TikTok. And when I go through the TikTok, she's still wearing an oxygen, tube on her nose. So obviously, she's not 100%. Most definitely. And then then her and her brother got COVID. And that was during the what I call COVID's heyday. The very first, like, I call it year one, where it's like you had no vaccinations, no protection. She got it at the beginning of it. Yeah. And so, and like they said, they thought that her and her brother weren't going to make it.
It's one of them was with that guy, Jerry, right? Which one was it? They were with the guy they met on.
His name was Jerry. Yeah. Like Jen says, we met both Amy and Tammy from YouTube back around 2015, 2016.
Yeah, they've been on for years.
They were on forever. And then Tammy was a mess. I mean, not Tammy. Amy was just kind of a mess, and she's really got her life getting back together. She got married, and now she has 2 kids.
Yes. Now, are they the same way on the show, as like in person as they are on the show?
That's how they are.
Yeah.
She the one daughter, or the one sister, Amy, she had gastric bypass, didn't she?
Yeah.
And that's the reason why she was able to get pregnant, and she had a baby, and she's But Tammy just, from what I understand, like I said, we only see a small glimpse of what's going on, but it looks like she doesn't want to get together.
No.
My sister's friend wanted to have a kid, and they told her she had to lose weight. But she wouldn't be able to have a kid at her weight. She lost like 50, 60 pounds to have a kid.
I have a friend who got a hold of Dr. Now's calorie restrictive diet, the one from My 600 Pound Life.
Yeah.
And she was going to run me copies of it and stuff like that. She said that she tried it, and she's big. She said the first week she felt like she was going to pass out. She was like, I just, Yeah, she's all. It was so restrictive on what you ate, and she's like, I was suffering the first week, but she's dropped weight on it though. She's all. Usually after the first or second week, you start to drop weight, on his diet, but it's restrictive.
The bigger you are, the more weight you drop. Right.
Well, what happened to me, like before the pandemic, when I lost all the weight, which I freaking pretty much gained back, is like I turned around and I lost a lot of weight, but I hit a plateau, where, I wasn't losing weight anymore. And I was kind of like, well, what the hell's going on? I'm still exercising. I'm still like, eating the same habits, doing the same thing I was doing my meal replacements and everything. And it's just like I hit a total brick wall plateau or whatever. So it ends up happening,
I mean, I gained back all the weight I lost, so I lost like 50 pounds and I gained back most of it.
Big Macs, I mean, have you been able to eat in one sitting? Probably about 2. The thing is that as big as I am, a lot of people assume that I can eat a lot, and I can't. I don't eat a lot. No, that's a lie. It depends on when you catch me. I could probably end up going like the whole day without eating, and then I'll have a decent meal and I'll be fine. But then there's other days where I'm just like, I'm freaking starved, and I'll just like, I can't eat 2 Big Macs or 2 quarter pounders. It's like no rhyme or reason.
Like a lot of days I eat one meal and I'm good. And other days I can go to McDonald's and eat 2 Big Macs and a large fry and a drink.
And then I'll go ahead and eat later on that evening. I'll eat again, have regular dinner. So yeah, it depends. So. But Zeb, from looking at your pictures, you look like you're pretty thin. You're pretty svelte, as we would call it. What is considered obese in the USA? Now that is a really good question. I would not know what could be considered obese at what level.
Zeb, according to my height, 5'4", and the weight that I'm at, 180. According to the BMI, I am obese.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like you could. In other countries it might not be considered obese, but here it'd be considered obese. Like if I was in the UK, well, if I was in the UK, it'd still consider me a fat ass. But I'm saying someone like Dave or maybe someone like Lisa, they wouldn't consider them obese in the UK or maybe in
the
Europe.
United States that you're considered obese with a BMI of 30 and above.
Yeah,
well,
I'm fat everywhere. I'm internationally fat. So.
No, when I went to my doctor, they told me I have to lose some weight. They told me you're getting up there in weight, so you consider losing some.
That's the first thing my doctor tells me every time I go in there. Every time I go in there, he's like, "Oh, you can lose some weight there, guy."
He told me that, and I said, "Well, the person that I closest to me thinks I'm fine," and the doctor goes, "Okay," and continue then. Just try to be healthy. I was like,
but
okay.
But the thing is, no matter who's closest to you, who you're with, or whatever, Lisa, their opinion doesn't matter. It's your opinion that ultimately matters. I mean, when you get up in the morning, you feel the aches and the pains. When you get up in the morning, do you feel like you can get up and walk and just go ahead and do whatever you gotta do? If you feel fine with that, then great. But if you don't, then you gotta do what you gotta do for you.
I can withstand to lose like 30, 40 pounds.
We could all stand to lose weight.
Because I used to be skinny. I used to be skinny. And I was happy with that because I was at a good weight. And people were noticing things like that. They were telling me, "Oh, you look so good now." And they were telling me, "Wow, your face is so thin. You don't have a chin anymore. You don't have a stomach." And, I was eating up all of that praise. And then I realized I wasn't happy because I was too skinny. I wasn't happy with that.
Sure, Paulina, no problemo.
Good night, Paulina.
Zeb says, I'm probably 190 or so, but I always gain weight in the winter time and lose some in spring, summer. Okay, 190 though. I mean, 190 for me would like be phenomenal. If I was like 190, that would be like, people would like, "Oh, eat something," So, people would just be like, with me, I love food and eat a lot. Whether food considered healthy, I still eat a lot. Now, the thing is that before the pandemic, before I was freaking bored out of my mind, out of my cork, I went into this mode where, I was losing weight. I was being a lot more active. I dropped a lot of weight. And I got into this mode where it's like I didn't deprive myself of anything, but I just watched how much food I ate. Like if there was like a whole pan of lasagna, I would tell myself, okay, I'm going to go ahead and have a little chunk of it, you know, and then I'm going to leave the rest of it alone. I'm not going to sit there and eat half the pan like I would before. You know, I'd be like, okay, there, I got a taste of it. I'm fine. If they went and they bought donuts, I wouldn't deprive myself of the donuts. I'd be like, I'm going to go ahead and have one donut. I'm going to have, you know, my small cup of coffee, and that's it. I had my tasted donut. I had to, like, retrain myself to be satisfied with that, you know? And that was the hardest thing, was, like, to be like, you got a taste of it, back from it now. Back up from it, you know? That was probably, I think, like the hardest. But after a while, I mean, I got into it, and I was kind of like, you know, okay, well, you know, everybody's eating tacos, and I had a taco, and okay, I'm fine with that. You know, I don't feel deprived. I got to have a taco like everybody else, you know, and I was just fine with it after that. You know, but then, of course, the pandemic came along, and then I was like, you know, oh, let me cook this, let me cook that. I ain't got nothing else to do. What the fuck else am I going to do? I'm going to sit around and drink beer and fucking eat and watch YouTube. What the fuck I got to do, you know? You know? It's like I'm sitting here in front of a computer. I mean, like, I'm still making money. I'm still working, but I'm working on a computer, not doing shit. I think the pandemic made a lot of people gain weight.
Oh, yeah. And from what I've seen, it like come up in the news and stuff, I think we're going to be put back in lockdown. Like by October, November.
You know, to tell you the truth, Cap, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think we're going to be put back in lockdown because
there's already places claiming a state of emergency because the cases are rising.
Okay, the cases are rising, but the thing is, you have to understand, cases are rising, but hospitalizations and ICU admissions are not. Deaths are not rising. Deaths are on the decline. And that's going to be what's going to actually determine it. And I mean, you have to understand, it's like so many people are vaccinated. So many people who are not vaccinated have already built some kind of immunity. You know, everyone's going to get it. You know, and it's like, I think that's something we've already accepted. Everyone's going to get it. And it's just the way it is. You know, it's, you know, I don't think they're going to lock everything up again. I don't think we're going to have a major lockdown like we did before. People are going to be like, you know what? You've been told. Go get your vaccination. It lessens your symptoms. It's out there. If you fucking get it and you're not vaccinated, well, guess what? Fuck you. It's basically, I think that it's going to be the attitude now. It's like, you know, Darwinism favors, you know, the strong. You know, if you've got enough brains up here, you know, oh, well, it's flying around. Maybe I should get vaccinated because, you know, people that are vaccinated, they just get the sniffles and they like get over it. You know, that's what it basically is. You know, which is, you know, I mean, I understand it sounds cold and it sounds harsh and you know, I mean, to be perfectly honest, if he had caught me 2 years ago, I'd be like, oh, how could you think that way? You know, I like was against people who thought that way. You know, I totally hated people who thought that way, but now I'm kind of like going, you know, we have tools now that we didn't have a couple of years ago. You know, and it's like, and if you're not taking advantage of the tools, well, you know, how can we really feel sorry for you? You know, I can understand people that are like completely like where they're so immunocompromised, where it's like, okay, yeah, they there's nothing they can do. It's even if they take the vaccination, they're like, it's going to be bad. You know, those people, yeah, we definitely have to protect, but that still comes down to us being responsible and giving our vaccinations and realizing that we're sick, testing ourselves and saying, okay, we're sick, stay the fuck home. You know, stay away from people that are immunocompromised, people that could be sick, you know, and, you know, whatever it may be. But I mean, but I don't think we're going to close back down.
Yeah.
It's like freaking, it's fly by the seat of your pants from here on out, is what I think it is. Definitely. I never thought of Jesse as a big boy until he walked up and moved around at one. Yeah, one time I always used to turn off my camera until one day I was like, I think Hunyadi had asked me to look at some CDs or some shit like that, and I was going to turn my camera off, and I was like, I can turn my camera off. You see me? I'm fat. I'm fat.
Look, I don't turn off my camera. I accepted that you know, Jen, I used to weigh like 120. Those were the days. No longer going to ever get back to 120, but those were fun times. I've accepted that I've gained weight, and it's all about, you know, accepting it.
Yeah, you see, like Mishap Frog, she says she cannot get the vaccine. Okay, so the thing is that if we were to go visit Mrs. Hop Frog, we'd have to be the responsible ones because we respect her and we love her. So it'd be like, okay, let's go ahead and self-test. They give us fucking free tests. You can order free tests in the mail. You know, I can't go ahead and take 5 minutes out of my day to test myself, make sure I'm okay before I go visit her.
Yeah.
You know?
That's something else that happened that made me kind of think maybe we were headed that way, is because they extended the thing where they give free tests and extra food stamps and all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
They extended that for another 3 months.
But you know but you also have to understand though, Cap, even though, I mean, yeah, it's out there, but we're in the middle of we have inflation, and I mean, there's all kinds of other things going on besides just the pandemic itself. You know? Yeah.
Exactly, Sam. I always say that there's more to love with me. That's what my motto is.
There are states right now, like North Carolina, they just gave $400 per person for COVID relief. But my state, Pennsylvania, they're talking about giving $2,000 for COVID relief. I mean, isn't that a little late? I mean, they're a little late to the fucking party. 2.5 years ago when this shit all started, people didn't get that money.
Well, that's the way politicians move. Nice and slow. Politicians move like old people hump. Nice and slow.
Why don't we just be happy? Just be happy with yourself. It's taken me this long to just be happy with myself and not pay attention to people that are telling me, oh, you got a double chin, or oh, you got too much stomach fat. I just don't pay attention. I try not to pay attention to that anymore.
I think that it's harder on females than it is on males, and especially when it comes to YouTube, because I mean the thing is that I've just seen it with Lisa in the small time I've been. Even before I knew Lisa, I was watching this whole situation with her and other women in the VC. They were just like, they would just get attacked for everything.
Yeah, I remember a guy told me if you want to stay in the VC, you have to lose the weight. No one's gonna watch you.
Frog has not got either. My doctor said just keep being extra careful. I mean, if there is a complete reason for you not to get it, for you, Dave, not to get it, I'm all for it. Most definitely. I mean, but the thing is, that just people around you have to be a little bit more responsible, a little bit more considerate.
I keep a lot of distance from people. I'm always wearing a mask, always wearing gloves. Everything that comes into the house, all the packages get wiped down with 90% alcohol. I mean, we go through, I don't know how many bottles of rubbing alcohol and packages of gloves. I mean, I think last year, we spent probably about $2,000 maybe on cleaning stuff, maybe $3,000.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
The sad thing though, Hot Frog, it took this damn virus to get nasty ass people to wash their hands. Like they didn't fucking wash their hands before this virus.
I always wash my hands.
I've always washed my hands. My hands are like so dry.
I don't know about you, Cap, but I always wash my hands.
I wasn't saying you, Hopper. I just mean.
No, I know. Yeah.
Like I've seen people that work at restaurants go into the fucking bathroom and not wash their hands when they're done.
Yeah.
Zeb, here in the U.S., most people are kind of like letting it fly. They aren't wearing masks. I still wear a mask because I'm going to tell you something that I don't give a shit if I'm vaccinated and boosted, and I have had COVID. They're saying now with the BA.5 that you can get reinfected within 28 days of having it.
Yeah.
And they're saying that every time you end up taking it into your system, every time you have COVID, it takes a little bit more out of you. So the thing is that
people laugh, but I wear it anyway.
Well, the thing is that also you have to think, before this whole pandemic thing happened, before we would see Asian people who would in Los Angeles, they would wear masks. And I mean, people would laugh at it. They'd be like, "Oh, why they were?" Well, the thing is that they were sick. They knew they had a cold, and they didn't want to give it to you because they didn't know what they had. It was out of respect. It was just something in their culture that they did it. Now, did you think about it? It's like, okay, look at what happened during the pandemic when the regular influenza was almost completely eradicated for one whole season because everybody was wearing masks.
Yeah.
It was almost completely eradicated for one whole season. All they dealt with was COVID. Influenza, they're like, where the fuck did the regular influenza virus go? It disappeared for one whole season because people were getting masks, or were wearing masks, so it's like, I mean, I still mask up. I mean, to me, a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it's like I went to the ball. I've been going to the ball game, stuff like that. We dipped way low, and my friends would like turn around. They would like make fun of me because I have like my Angels baseball masks and stuff like that. I was still wearing my masks, and they'd be like, "We don't have to wear masks anymore." I'm like, "Yeah, you'll see. Yeah, when it's completely gone, then I will turn around and not wear a mask."
I still wear it even when I went to Walmart a few days ago. I wore the mask because, well, sometimes I forget. I'll admit it, I forget, but for the most part, I do wear it.
Yeah, like my daughter, she came home. I remember when they turned around, they lift the mask mandates and all that stuff. She's like, "Oh, we don't have to wear these ever again. I should just throw them away." I'm like, "No, you're gonna need them again." I'm like, "It's not going away. It's gonna come back."
It's become a habit for me. It's like,
I'm not gonna lie, Dusty. I just threw all my masks away.
I know you're fucking around with me, Cap.
No, I'm not.
Come on, Cap. You can't afford to throw your mask away, Cap.
Even when COVID was happening, nobody here wore a mask.
Well, you live in a red state, Cap. You live in a red state, okay? No offense to you.
But Cap's not a Republican, though, Lisa. Whether he lives in a red state or not, I've never heard Cap say anything that had to do with like.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I've heard Cap actually speaking against some of the people in some of the other streams he's in, which I was watching.
Yeah, I saw
not to bring up any politics or anything, but yeah.
The guy in your stream, Cap, with the F Biden banner in the background.
Well, no, they were discussing like guns and stuff like that, and I mean, they were all they got very banjo plucking in that stream. I saw it. They got very bling ding 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 ding. Yeah, and the one guy, the one guy was like saying all the time, the other guy was saying he's all, what, I have my guns and I locked them up and I've got different locks for it and I've got this. Okay, yeah, great. I understand. You are a responsible gun owner. You respect the power of the weapon. Cool. Good for you. That's the way you're supposed to be with guns. If you want to own guns, be responsible with them, respect the power of the gun. Great. But then you have the other ones like, like that one guy's sick and tired. Well, you ain't gonna take my guns. I'm like, you're the motherfucker that shoots their freaking son because he was coming in drunk at 2:00 in the morning. Yeah. You could tell. It's like, you could tell the difference. Between the guy who's going to like hurt somebody and the guy who isn't. The other guy's like, like somebody was asking the question. They were saying, well, you know what? Your ammo is down here in this other lockbox. Your gun's all the way up there in the other lockbox. By the time you load the gun up, he's all, but that's not the purpose of the gun, really, if you think about it, It's like,
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, dude.
There was that one guy in Indiana. He had a concealed carry, and he shot the shooter in the mall. Do you hear about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like plugged him with like eight shots in like 15 seconds. The shooter actually killed like 3 people before this individual took the gunman down.
Now, thinking
it could have been a lot worse.
They were saying that he didn't have that gun legally, but he did. You can.
Concealed carry.
You can, what the hell do they call it? Concealed carry, and then there's open carry. You can open carry. But even if he was concealing the gun, I wouldn't give a shit. He took out somebody that's trying to kill a bunch of fucking people.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, there was people that were in that stream that you were in earlier, Cap, who were saying that same thing. They were saying, well, all of you people were crying about it. Yeah, you're going to cry about it when I pull out my piece, when somebody's shooting and I take them out and da-da-da. And I was kind of like, okay, yeah, okay, there, Dirty Harry. Yeah, we get that, But it's like, and then one of them was saying, I'm not trying to say any names because I know they're very touchy people, if any of them may be listening. So, but I'm just saying, it's like, one was saying, well, what about knives? There's no knife violence. No, I'm like, the UK is having an epidemic of knife violence. I've been watching like different Vice
I think he was
things
being
on
kind of facetious. I think that was his point. Saying that if you have knife violence Hey, are you going to make gun illegal also? I think that's kind of what he was pointing at. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, me myself personally, out here in California, I agree with what Newsom's doing. With the whole thing where he's turning around saying he's like going, he's like kind of put a little bit of fear into the gun manufacturers, where he's saying, well, if one of them feels that they have been wronged by you, they're gonna fucking sue you, and you're gonna have the state of California backing them up. Which is true. But the thing that's scary is that, like, here in California, there's so much fucking gun violence. Yeah. I mean, right now, as I speak right here in the city that I'm in, this may sound horrible. I'm pretty sure there's a kid dying tonight, right now as I'm speaking, in this city, right now being shot.
Dusty, don't you guys have some of the strictest gun laws in the United States?
In California? Yeah, we do. So, I mean...
Same way with Chicago, I believe. Mm-hmm. And look how bad Chicago is with gun violence.
But look at Japan. Japan should be the model. I mean, look at Japan. I mean, they have absolutely no guns. They ended up having a freaking prime minister. Was it a prime minister or was it... I'm not exactly what his position was.
It was a former prime minister.
Was he a prime minister? Yeah. He was murdered with a homemade weapon. The guy had to actually get there and make his own weapon because he couldn't get a hold of a gun. Yeah.
I mean, the bottom line is if somebody wants to kill you, they'll find a way.
They're going to fucking find a way to kill. Like Chris Rock used to say the old joke. He'd be like, oh, you know what? Hey, fucking let everybody have guns, but make the bullets expensive. He's all, make fucking bullets $5,000 a bullet. He's like, oh, you're like, you know what, motherfucker? You're pissing me off and I'd kill you. But if I had the money, I'm going to go put a bullet on layaway and I'm going to work 2 jobs and I'm coming back to kill your ass. Yeah. That used to crack me up when he was like, oh, I'd kill your ass if I could afford it.
Out here we have a little crazy city called Compton.
There's people crazy doing all kinds of stuff. I know when I get stressed, I like to be like this person here, and I like to pretend that I'm furniture.
Oh, is that you?
My weird addiction.
I think it's something I've just loved doing all my life, and it stems from one sort of Christmas night Rosemary sat on me accidentally. She didn't mean to. And I was frightened and horrified at first that,
What about the lady who married a chandelier?
Remember that I wish she'd do it again.
Yeah.
I have to do it. It's a compulsion. I'll be doing, the washing up, some sort of regular, day-to-day activity, and I'll remember that I just love being furniture.
She likes Jurassic Park.
I do too. The 1992, 94 version.
37 types of furniture.
My name is Nova.
Is this real? Is this real today or is this stuff Perry?
Olympia is addicted to taking on the roles of various pieces of furniture. Well, we live in a very small apartment. I just don't understand how she thinks I don't know. I don't think she has no idea. I am very aware of this.
Yeah, I also thought of myself as a chase lounge too. The guys can just go and lounge on.
When you're standing with a lampshade on your head, that's not conspicuous.
She's just like, what? Okay, whatever. Whatever.
An armchair or a chaise-longue. I'm there. Getting to the point now where it's really and I don't know how I'm going to tell my family and my friend.
What's with the Blair Witch?
She has no idea that I do.
I mean, it's a good parody.
I can see that you're standing there with a lampshade on your head.
Lisa, do you feel a desire to be a nightstand?
Did you ever see the episode where the woman was addicted to sniffing gas?
How about the lady who married her married an amusement park? You remember that lady? Yeah.
The lady who was addicted to sniffing what?
Gas.
Gas?
Yeah, she's huffing gas.
Yeah.
I saw one that was huffing the computer cleaner.
And there was one who ate terracotta pot. Do you remember that one?
I've seen that one.
The one that was huffing gas was crazy as fuck. She carried like bottles of gas with her in her car and open it up and smell it.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I was gonna say you've seen that movie, The Wild and Fabulous Whites of West Virginia, with what's the name of the freaking character? The guy who was like considered the tap dancing outlaw. I forgot what his name was, Jeb, or some shit like that. And he was talking about how he used to huff gas, and that he had huffed so much gas, that he had disintegrated a piece in the front of his frontal lobe, that it had actually like disintegrated and like dried up and like crumbled. And they had told him that when they looked at it, they're like, yeah, a piece of your brain in the front right here where we lobotomize people. Yeah, it kind of like it kind of like dried up and like crumbled. It's kind of like oregano in your freaking head. You know? But yeah, he would huff gas and he'd go and he'd fucking like rob freaking liquor stores and shit.
There was also a lady who ate deodorant. She was like really into deodorant.
She ate deodorant. There's one where a lady, she ate her husband's ashes.
Yeah.
Where she was eating him. Yeah, I saw that one.
And then, Keith Richards snorted his own gas ashes.
Yeah.
That is totally crazy.
Yeah, the funniest one was a lady who married her chandelier. Yeah, because she couldn't find a real guy, so she married a chandelier.
She married a chandelier?
It was either a chandelier or a ceiling fan. It was one of those two. Dave will probably see the deal somewhere on there. But yeah, she married, and then there was one who married a car.
Yeah.
And it was in a relationship with a car, and then one married an amusement ride. It's just weird.
I saw another one where a woman was having a relationship with an airplane.
Huh?
It was like a plane, or she was in love with a plane. It was like no, she didn't marry it, but it was a huge like passenger liner, and she was like in love with it. And they were like showing her where you probably looked it up on YouTube, where she was going to visit the plane, and she's like going through the plane, and she's just like, it was very sexual the way she touched the plane. She's like, just crazy.
Sure. I feel that way when I touch my record.
But it's a phenomenon that we don't understand. I mean, people that are in love and they feel sexual, attraction to inanimate objects. I mean,
there's things that I don't understand and I don't get, or things I'm like, why would people be into that? Like people who do polyamorous. I've seen the videos of it. I'm like, I sit there and I watch those videos. I'm like, God, it's hard enough dealing with one man because that's all I can handle. Imagine having two men having to deal with two men.
One time I had gotten involved with a woman who was into polyamory.
Yeah.
So she said. But the thing is that she was very dishonest the way she handled it. Now, I had spoke to someone else because I did not know a whole lot about polyamory because, in that new thing, I was a boomer. I did not understand, So, so she was like, trying to pull me into this relationship with her and, that she had a girlfriend and all this different stuff like that. Well, I spoke to someone who was into polyamory and had practiced polyamory for many years. And she said that actually she was not practicing polyamory the right way because polyamory means full disclosure, full transparency with your other partners, and that they have to approve of, you being with this other person.
All decisions together, all three.
Yeah, you're all making decisions together. Not necessarily that I was going to be with the other person, but that she had to have that other person fully agree to it. And I was kind of like me. I'm like going, I don't know about that. I'm like, this is kind of kinky. This might be different. I was being stupid. I was being adventurous, but it was really fucking not for me. It was like, nah.
Yeah.
But it was really fucking weird. It was like, I understand that people end up having a capacity where they could loving more than one person, because you see that in everyday life, people that end up having, they have a wife at home, but then they end up having like a chick on the side,
I'll be really
and they care for both of them, that's basically a form of polyamory. I'm not saying it's right, but
I'm kind of a jealous bitch. I like only having my man to myself and not sharing it with other women.
Well, it's because you're monogamous. You're completely monogamous, and I mean, I'm a completely monogamous person myself. You know, but then you have someone like Cap.
I mean, it's like I have one man. He's hard enough to deal with and argue with. Why would I want to bring someone else in a situation? I'm already arguing up with that one person.
Honestly, Dusty, when I'm in a relationship, I'm with that one person.
You're completely monogamous.
Yes.
No other ladies.
Are you, Cap? Are you really monogamous?
I am.
No other phone calls.
Someone. Yes.
The only person that I believe is fully monogamous would be Dave and Mrs. Hopfrog.
Yeah, they have a beautiful relationship.
They should actually be the example the rest of us should aspire to. Is actually what it should be. I mean, because you met in high school, right?
Yeah.
So that's if you really think about it, you guys have defied the odds really big time.
Yeah, you guys have lasted longer than a lot of Kim Kardashian's marriages.
Well, everyone's lasted longer than Kim Kardashian's marriages. Who hasn't? Bad example, Lisa. Bad example.
She wanted to get married again. I was like, girl, slow down.
Yeah.
Vinyl Kick says, depends on how much I really care about the person to be in a relationship really appeals to me. I mean, there's got to be a lot of things that actually end up having... I mean, when you end up making a decision that you're going to be with one person, you're going to be completely monogamous, they have to okay, here's the way it was explained to me by someone who was polyamorous. They said that what ends up happening is that they say that their belief system is that not one person can fulfill every one of your needs. That it's not possible. That what happens is most people will turn around with their monogamous relationship and they will go ahead and say, okay, you fulfill most of my needs, but you don't fulfill all of my needs, so that they let things go. And that leads to unhappiness. I don't believe that's so.
No.
I believe that you need to make sacrifices in any relationship.
I believe that one person. Yeah. I believe that one person can fulfill all of your needs. I believe that the reason why I've always been in this whole monogamous thing is I believe that if you love that one person, you stick with the one person. There's no need to entertain. Some people, they want to entertain other people, but for me, it's dude, it's hard enough arguing with one person and trying to decide if you're going to go to Olive Garden on a Sunday. You see those videos where the guy has a girlfriend and she doesn't know where she wants to go, so he has this wheel of restaurants. And he's like, okay, we're going to a Chinese restaurant. Don't complain.
Well, no, the way I see it is that, not everyone can fulfill every one of your needs, but you have to make sacrifices. You do have to make sacrifices.
No, that's true.
It's not possible for someone to fulfill 100% of someone's needs.
Everybody's needs, but I just think I've looked into it. There was a guy that was kind of into it in the 20s. He wanted to date me and crazy, right? And I was just not into that. I was like, nope. I told him straight out.
Miss Hoffrock, exactly right. That's how I felt about it. When I really started paying attention to what polyamory was, I was kind of that's the way I felt about it. I was like, what, this just sounds like it's a license to cheat.
Yeah, it is.
It sounds like a license to cheat. But when I had done that, when I had said that and expressed that, the person who was polyamorous had turned around and told me, no, this is a sexual preference. So if you're going to go ahead and attack me and tell me that my sexual preference is wrong, you might as well be homophobic and everything else. She kind of lumped me in being homophobic and everything else because it was a sexual preference. So if I didn't like this, it was just a mind fuck. It was someone trying to be play games and try and put me in a position where they wanted me to be.
I just think
is what it was.
The whole thing with polyamory, I think, is if some people are not happy in a relationship, they use the polyamory as an excuse to cheat. I don't know. I just think it's I just think it gets messy because there's going to become a time when someone's going to be they're going to get jealous because one person can get more attention. Yeah. So there's jealousy might be ensued with the whole poly. I just think if you want to cheat on your significant other, don't do it. Just break up with them.
Like Vinyl Kick says, it's not cheating if everyone's on the same page and honest. Okay, yeah. Okay, so for some people, for some people that are polyamory, they really believe in it. Okay, fine for them. Great. If they can live with it, And whoever wants to deal with them, more power to them. But it's not my thing. Now, the thing is, when you're watching like something like Sister Wives, now when I watched that, I remember getting very angry. And the reason being is because I didn't see it as like, wow, look at that guy. He's got like freaking 5 wives. What a Mac Daddy, da-da-da. The way I saw it was, I just saw him as a misogynistic, controlling piece of shit, because those women were with him.
Exactly.
But what if one of those women went to the market and saw a hot guy and was like, hey, he's pretty fucking hot, maybe I want to bang him too? Would he let them, would he let her go bang that guy? Probably not. He'd be like, no, we need to have a family decision on this, and blah 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 blah, and we have to do it. A bunch of fucking double talk is how it felt to me. And
that's exactly how I feel about the situation. If you're not happy with your current partner, right? If you're not happy in the current relationship you should break up with the person that you are with, and then pursue the relationship you want with the other guy. Do not cheat on your current partner to be with someone else because you're not happy with the relationship. Because you know who gets hurt? Everybody in the situation gets hurt. The person that you cheated on your boyfriend with gets hurt. You get hurt. Everybody gets hurt. So if you're not happy physically in your relationship with the person you're with, just break up with them. Tell them, I'm not happy. This relationship's not working for me. Break up with the person and then get with the person you want.
Well, now that I'm older, I probably would do that. I mean, when I was younger, I'll be perfectly honest, I was not that fucking advanced, not that smart, and I would go ahead and I'd go fuck around.
When I was young,
but I was a young kid.
When I was young, the first guy I got with was kind of like a serial shooter. Okay, he just when things weren't going the way he wanted in our relationship, he'd go looking for it outside from other women. And he wouldn't tell me about it. And of course, I found out through other people. Gossip gets around the word, and people are like, hey, did you know your boyfriend, he's meeting women in UCLA, he's meeting sorority women? I was like, oh, really? And then I was like, okay. I confronted him about it. I was like, well, you know what? And he said to me, I said, well, you're done with. I was like, you can go and be with these sorority women. I'm done with you. And that's when he called me ugly on Valentine's Day. This was
of course, he was on the attack.
No,
he was on the attack,
No, because I told him, I don't appreciate you controlling me. I don't appreciate you being with other people. But at the end of the day, if you truly love somebody and the relationship's going good, cheating is it's like a slap in someone's face telling them, oh, wait, you're not good enough for me. I'm going to go find it somewhere else. So I think, don't put someone through that. Break up with the person. Be honest with them. Be transparent. Tell them the relationship isn't working. Not having a good time in this relationship. Break up with them and be with the person you want to be with.
I think my whole thing would be now that I would end up telling someone, I'd have to communicate. I'd have to be like, you know what, this is a behavior I do not like here. I want this behavior to change, and if you cannot change it, we have to make a happy medium where we're both going to be satisfied with it. And if we can't reach that point, well then, I've got to move on.
I think I became a little more mature. I think things have changed me since I'm going to turn 40. I start to realize more of these things. Things that some people may think it's okay to do, but as you reach a certain age, you start to realize that maybe that's not how you want your life to be, that you want to have the mature relationship. Because for me, I'm just not at that point where I want to be like hooking up with people. That's when I did that when I was in my 20s. Now that I'm going to be 40 in November, it's not for me anymore. I want to have just a fulfilling relationship with someone. Just be with one person and have a relationship with them and figure that situation out. I don't want to be the person that's dating around anymore, because that might have been fun when I was 23, 21, my early 20s. But
Americans are weirdos. Not heard from me. Well, okay, Zeb. Wait, no. Hold on a minute, Lisa. Give me a little bit of insight, Zeb. How do people in Norway, in your neck of the woods, how do people feel about when it comes to monogamous relationships and marriage?
Or polyamory.
I mean, Be interesting to hear his take on it. I mean, sometimes different cultures end up having different ideas of what, you know, marriage and stuff like that. So,
well, you know, Jen, you and Hot Frog have been together for like 37 years, and
right.
what I admire about your relationship is
that's good for some people, but like other people, it's not. There are other people out there that have open relationships, and
I know, but you see, for me,
and it works for them. I understand that. Most definitely, I understand.
It works for people, but for me, the open relationship idea does not work for me because I'm a person that could not really handle having my partner being with someone else at the same time. I'm a person that when I get with someone, I just want to be with one person.
I'm a total outcast in Norway, so I don't really know anymore. Well, you know, okay, I get it, but you know, but I get what Cap's saying. It's like, you know, if you have that, me myself personally, it's like I'm 50 years old. I don't have that sex drive to do anymore. I've got enough drive to be with one woman at this point. You know, it's like, you know, I'm trying to like explain it without like being crude or being, you know, rude, but it's like, you
another word being Cap-like.
Being what? I'm sorry.
I said another
I probably
word
could be.
like,
I couldn't be kept like oh, okay, like say if, you know, my current girlfriend or something was like, well, there's this other woman who wants to join in and let's do this. It's like someone's gonna walk away unhappy. You know, it's like I don't have that kind of drive anymore. Where I'm like, yeah, you know, it's like I have enough for one. That's it. You know.
You know, in the past, people have told me, why are you just like monogamous? Because I'll admit it. I'll be really honest with you. I can get to be a jealous person if I'm with somebody and I see that he's dating someone else as well, or he, you know, I'm a person that I like having one person to myself. I don't want to share him. I'm like Joey. Joey doesn't share his food. I don't share my man. So yeah.
Joey, who's Joey? Joey doesn't share.
He doesn't share his food.
Are we going back to the? Oh, we're going back to the Friends references. Cap, you want to chime in here?
Yes. Lisa is like Monica. He likes anal.
It never ends.
It's not. It's like the last scene of App Pupil where freaking Brad Renfro turns around and tells what his name's Schwimmer. He's like, oh, it won't go away. Never goes away.
You know,
not for you.
A lot of people, vinyl kids, they do that. They will sleep with someone without the commitment or the label. But then there comes a time in your life that you're gonna want that. You're gonna want somebody.
You know what ends up happening is, you know, I think. I have heard that before. It's me, not you. I have heard that.
Yeah.
I think every man has heard that. But I only sleep with the same person, but just without the labels or commitment. I'm also too old to be sleeping with everything that doesn't appeal. Now, the thing is, I think that there's coming a point, Vinyl, where you do end up coming, because I mean, possessiveness is not love. We know that.
Yeah, no.
But there does end up becoming a point where you are kind of like territorial. You know, where you're kind of like, you know, you will become territorial and be like, hey, that's my girlfriend and that's the person I'm trying to build with, and I'm not going to let you come into my circle and pee on my floor. And you know, it's like a man could be like kind of like, oh, I'll do what I want, but there comes a point where you're like kind of like, no, I don't think so.
I totally understand that, because there comes a point where, like, if I'm with someone and I see someone looking at him, I'll be like, hey, that's my man. Why are you trying to entertain or flirt with them? And, you know, I think, you know, we all reach a point where we fall in love with someone and we're really in love with them. And there are points when we're like, we want to be protective of the person that we're with because we love them, and we don't want to share. We don't want to share with other people.
But you know what the thing is? In the past, I've tried doing that when I was, you know, younger and stuff. Like, it's like, oh, that chick, I don't give a shit. You know, it's like, you know, I'm just dating her and I do whatever I do with her and she can do whatever she wants. You know, and we had that kind of attitude. But after a while, it got to the point where I was like, hey, you know, I'm trying to call her and she's not answering. What the hell's up with that? You know, or I would, like, you know, stop by our house and there'd be another car there. Well, what's that car? You know, it ends up happening. You know, you can't fully be like, you know, yeah, you can't fully be like, you can't. But the thing is, that you also have to be willing to do the same thing yourself. You have to be like, oh, well, if I'm, you know, that's monogamy. You know, you have to be like, well, if I want to be in a monogamous relationship with this woman, I have to be monogamous myself, and I can't be messing around or whatever. But
yeah,
I don't know. I was fucking going with that shit, but I hope I'm making sense. I don't know.
I mean, when I was
it's the Macaritas, fucking.
When I was in my 20s, I was totally doing that. You know, dating a few people, trying to, you know, scope out the feel and see how I feel about certain people. But now that I'm at an older age, I start to realize that lifestyle that I had in my 20s is not a lifestyle I want to continue into my 40s. Because it's great when you're young, but my sister was reminding me, the middle sister, she's like, Lisa, you're going to be 40. You can't be doing the things you did when, like, you dating like you were in your 20s. And I was like, yeah, you're right. But, you know, I think there's like a certain point in your life where you realize there's one person that you love, and that's the one person you want to be with.
Or your 40s. As long as you're not with anybody, if the other person agrees to it, why couldn't you be like that?
I mean, you're a monogamous person, Cap, right? You can only handle one person when you get in a relationship. You're not into open relationships.
No, I'm not.
Or are you?
No.
Okay, I mean, all right. I'm like, oh. All right, I'll ride the pony.
Ride the pony. Well, pony, the only pony you're riding is a little pony.
No, I mean,
I think he's talking about my name.
No, well, that too. But what I'm saying is, I think the thing about Cap is, I think he can be a monogamous person. I think he does want to find one person to be with. But the thing is, he's just like buckwheat, man. He's wooking penub in all the wrong places.
Well, no,
wooking
you know
penub.
what? Jen, I'm not.
You're kind of like,
Jen,
love over here, love over there, love over here. Love over
I'm like, you know, Jen, when I'm with a person, I'm totally okay with them having friends of the opposite sex, because I think you should let them have those friends. As long as you and your partner are both transparent about where you guys are and what you're doing with the person of the opposite sex, and there's really no issues with that. If you both say, hey, I'm going to be hanging out with so-and-so at this party, and, you know, you just let each other know what you're doing, then there's really no room for jealousy.
Paulina, you said, let me crawl up a little bit here. But what do I know? Never dated, never been in love. That's my sacrifice. Now, Paulina, you have never, ever dated? I mean, never, ever dated? I love Jesus, not a fan of the situation they put me through, but I still have my relationship with them, and I pray nightly. Okay, well.
You know, Paulina, I didn't get into my first relationship until I was 18. I was kind of a late bloomer to the whole relationship. You know, all these girls get in a relationship when they're like 13, 14. I was 18. And I was in it for 3.5 years. You know, and you see, Paulina, you don't have to
be like Howard Stern, be like, oh, you were so young.
You don't have to rush the whole relationship thing. Because
Howard Stern says it. So, tell me more. Oh, you were so young.
I was 22 when I ended the relationship. And then for 9 years, I was not in a relationship.
Oh, you were a baby. Oh, you were so young. Tell me more.
You're so corny sometimes.
I'm just playing.
You know, that's the thing.
That has to be like...
Your name on Facebook's going to be changed to corny.
You need to stop with that. I don't know. There's something about when you say corny, I don't like it.
Fine,
I don't like it. I don't like corny.
Okay, fine. Cheesy.
Okay, cheesy. I can deal with cheesy. Cheesy's cool. Cheesy's cool. Corny, I don't like it. It's like moist.
I don't like moist either.
Moist. You know, so corny's like moist. I don't like it. Cheesy, I can deal with.
Paulina, I felt that way too. I felt that way that, you know, because I hadn't been in a relationship for like 10 years after I broke up with the first ex. I thought to myself, am I ugly? What is wrong with me? Because 10 years have passed by. And
I have never thought that. Just kidding. I'm just
Well,
kidding. I'm
you-
being conceited. I'm sorry.
Well, you know what?
Cheesy. Cheesy.
You never had a problem. You never had a problem with dating
Cheesy.
relationships, okay? All the
Who?
women want you.
Who?
But
Me?
anyway.
Lisa, come on now. I mean, I've got like a line of women outside my door right now. I'm like taking interviews. I'm like taking applications. No.
Anyways, I'm trying to make Paulina feel good about the situation. You know, Paulina, and then 10 years have passed, and then I found someone, and he was a jackass. But hey, we learn from our mistakes. I hope someday you find someone great. You know, it's never too late, Paulina. There's something out there.
Cornball, just as bad. Vinyl Kicks. Cornball's just as bad. Yeah, I prefer cheesy. For cheesy. I don't.
That reminds me of the story. See,
okay.
One time growing up, there was this guy. He was a bad dude. His name was Corn Pop. He used to hang out with some other bad dudes.
How about Cornholio?
Corn Pop. Lisa saying corny is a zillion times better than Paulina saying moist.
Okay, I guess.
I don't seek a committed relationship, but hey, if it happens, it happens. That's the best attitude to have, Lionel. It's like, you know if it happens, it happens. Don't be searching for it. Usually when you're not searching for it, it's when it's going to happen. But I have noticed also when you are with someone, that's when all the women come out of the woodwork for some reason.
Oh
I don't know.
It's true. It's true.
They do. When you're in a relationship, that's when everybody's like, hey, what are you doing? Want to go out to dinner? Hey, want to go out for drinks? Hey. That's when they all come out.
You know why that is, Dusty? Because women are like, hey, this guy got a dumbass to be with him. Maybe, he can give me a little some of that.
No, it's probably maybe because they look at the other woman and they go like, hey, what is she seeing that we're not seeing? We need to find out what she's seeing that we don't know about.
Yeah.
They gotta understand that, as Vinyl Kicks 86 said, a great thing. I don't seek a committed relationship, but if it happens, it happens. I always think that with love, that if you just let it happen, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. You don't push things. You just let it grow at an organic pace and let it blossom into what it's meant to be. I don't know.
Well, like Cap, Cap fell in love with me, and I mean, I can't fight it. It's just, he
Cap,
has to go through it. And
Cap, if you
nothing I could do about it.
Invite me to a wedding.
Nothing I could do about it. I mean,
You know what my secret is to getting women? I have a big dick and I can breathe through my ears. That's a secret.
Let me tell you something, Cap.
That was so offensive.
Cap,
I know.
You may think that may work for a lot of women, but there are a lot of women out there that don't give a shit that you have a big dick and you breathe through your nose.
It is not the size of the boat. It is the motion in the ocean.
Cap,
yes, but it's hard to get a rowboat to China, so.
Cap, it's not the size of the boat, it's the size of their heart that matters.
Lisa, that was corny.
It is corny. I admit it. It was corny.
Yeah, I mean, now I had heard that I had been told by an ex-girlfriend of mine who was probably just trying to make me feel better. I don't know. I'm like, should I even say this? How many people are in the room? There's still 13 people watching.
No. They're not going to save this stream.
Well, no. The thing I was saying is that she had turned around and told me one time, because, I'm not the most confident fellow in some things. Yeah. And she said, well, she's all, technically and scientifically, that a woman is really only majorly sensitive the first 3 inches of her hoo-ha, So if you have more than that, it's really a waste. And I was kind of like, oh, thank you for saying that. You made me feel so much better.
Well, good to know. Thank you, ex-girlfriend. Good to know.
Yeah, so... Yeah, she made me feel a little bit better. I was like, I felt a little bit confident. I was kind of like, doing the Superman stance, how it goes.
Paulina, don't give up. Paulina, I said that to myself, too. I said, I'm going to die without finding love. It's, you get that mindset, Paulina, where you think you're not going to find somebody. Love comes when you least expect it. When you're not looking for love or out there seeking love, love comes to you, but you're not going to die without somebody. There's going to be somebody out there for you, Pauline, and you need to stop thinking so negative about yourself. You're a great person.
The only person I worry about kind of a little bit is like James. I'm worried about that situation. I don't know why. But
James, the James situation.
What James situation? What's going on with that?
Well, no, it's just he met someone and they're kind of like in the first stages of maybe like dating or something like that. But it's like I don't want to have a full on talk with him because I don't know him that well. But it's kind of like I feel like maybe he's like at a 10 when he should be like maybe at a 4. Right now, but I'm just worried that he's gonna, be all way up here and she's kind of like down here, and it's not gonna match up, and it's not gonna be a good thing.
I want things to work for him. I do.
No, I really totally do, but it's just I can see certain things. Yeah. Because I know that he takes it really, really, really hard.
Well, something like if the relationship wasn't to work, I know he would be messaging me and he'd be telling me, I don't know what I did wrong and I don't want to see a sad James.
Dusty Shoes is trying to make you feel better. I know, but can we, please, okay, Vinyl, let me live by fantasy.
Well,
Great, I'm going to have hiccups.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he does fall in love easily.
I don't fall in love. The difference between me and James is I don't fall in love easy. When I fall in love with someone I know, because I've had, I've had people in the past, but I think some people, they fall in love way too easy. Any guy they fall in love with them. And
Cap falls in love easily. Cap's a lover.
Cap does.
Cap's a lover, man. Every other week he's like, oh, this is my baby. I love her.
Cap loves hard.
He has a capacity for love that's huge. He has a huge heart. He has a heart as big as his belly.
Oh, that is
huge.
Bigger because it's as big as my penis.
Oh my God! Cap, today when you
see, Lisa, now you can use corny.
Okay, I'm going to say something, Cap. When you said that long box comment, Cap, I was about to take my fly swatter at you.
There you go, Lisa. Now you can say corny. Zeb says, I've been single and sexless for 12 years, and the fact is I'm proud. 12 years without sex.
12 years? Wow.
You've had a lot of time to focus on other things.
I'm sorry, Zeb, but I could not last 12 years.
Do you paint?
I'll be really honest with you.
Because I'm picturing like a lot of artwork. Yeah, a lot of artwork.
12 years, Zeb. That's a long time. Dang, Zeb.
Said, remember, Paulina, I felt the music in you, baby. There you go. He's trying to feel the music in you, baby. Paulina, not trying to be funny, but have you cried to I Want to Know What Love Is? I have never cried to I Want to Know What Love Is. I cry to the most unusual fucking songs.
Yeah,
I'm like trying to think of like what makes me cry. The end of Field of Dreams, I cry like a fucking baby. I will not watch that movie with anyone in the room.
I'll tell you what makes me cry.
When he says, "Want to have a catch?" I'm just like, I'd like that.
I cried to that Coldplay song. Mm-hmm. I cried at one Coldplay song because it just reminded me of my uncle. So I was crying to it for no apparent reason. Yeah.
He says, I have been doing some painting, but mostly composing music. I think there is 50 hours of unused stuff in my archive. Should I worry? 50 hours. That is quite a bit. That is a lot of sexual frustration in music. That sounds like it must be some hardcore, industrial, angry music.
Zeb?
A lot of pots and pans, a lot of pipes.
12 years, Zeb. Wow, it's a long time. 12 years.
I've seen that movie Field of Dreams probably 100 times, and I did not realize until Ray Liotta died that the character he played in that movie was Shoeless Joe Jackson. Like, I knew that it was a famous baseball player, but I really never paid attention to which one.
It took Ray Liotta dying.
The end of that, though, when his dad, when he was playing catch with his dad, I was like,
I'm not going to watch that movie again because I don't want to get sad again.
That makes I don't know if it makes every grown man cry, but I know me. I'm like, I cry like a bitch. Mine too.
I imagine.
Oh, horrible! I'm trying to think what other movie makes me cry. There's a couple of other movies too that'll make me cry.
Lion King.
Let me think. No, not Lion King. Oh, have you ever seen that movie My Girl with Macaulay Culkin?
Yes.
When he's in the coffin at the end, oh my God, that makes me cry like a baby. I will cry like a baby. You know, that totally gets me in tears. I'm trying to think what other movie put me in tears. There's a few.
Little Mermaid.
Nah, not The Little Mermaid. Nah.
I remember one time I watched this like 9/11 cartoon they made about this little girl, and I cried. I don't know why. It was just a cartoon that someone made about her dad dying during 9/11, and I was crying. I was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah." Somebody posted this thing on Facebook, and I was bawling my eyes out.
Oh, the end of fucking Marley and Me made me cry in front of my freaking kids. That was such a sneaky, fucking, heartless trick. I swear to God, I watched Marley and Me. I watched Marley and Me. I was like, okay, we're gonna sit here with the kids and we're gonna watch Marley and Me. It's a movie about a dog, blah blah blah, whatever. At the fucking end, you know, do you know what happens? I mean, I'm not gonna do spoilers, but people who know, they fucking know. You know, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And I was like sitting there trying to be like, I'm not gonna do it. 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 Fuck. As soon as she said, goodbye, Margaret Puppy, I was like,
yeah, Marley and Me was a sad movie.
Oh, God. When he shows around, she's like, oh, goodbye. And then at the very end, when they show him as a puppy and he's like running in the ocean at the beach, I'm like, really? Really? Oh, that's the other movie. The End of Philadelphia. That gets me crying like a baby, too.
I've never seen that movie.
Oh, yeah, the end. Yeah, the End of Philadelphia with Tom Hanks. Oh, my God. That'll get me crying, too.
Yeah, the only movies I've cried this one movie called, what was it called? It's a movie about a kid who, it was with Jennifer Garner. That movie made me cry. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah.
Jennifer Garner?
Yeah, like the boy grows from a sprout or something. Or I don't remember.
You know what movie?
Green, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, but like the most random movies make me cry.
The movie that gets me just about every time I've watched it is A Dog's Journey.
Oh, yeah, because, you know, he freaking dies like 3 times in that movie. It's like the dog dies, and then it like goes on to another life. Dog dies, goes on to another life. You know, but you have to sit there and like go through each one of those deaths.
Just a back called A Dog's Purpose.
Yes, and if you have pets and you're sitting there looking at your dog and you're watching this dog die like 3 times in this fucking movie, you're like, really? You're gonna fucking do this to me right now?
That's why the puppy I just got, Murphy. I swear to God, that is fucking Kathy's dog. The one that, she had him and then it became both of them. That's him reincarnated. He looks like him. He acts like him. I mean, it's fucking uncanny. The dog acts like
those dog movies always get to you. Those dog.
You have beagles, right, Kat?
Oliver.
I do.
Oliver.
My daughter wants a beagle so bad, and I was like, no, because they howl.
Not all of them do. Like the 2 that I have, the one barks a little bit, but not as much as a beagle usually does, and the other one doesn't bark at all. So like with
I only have 2 Chiweenies. That's all I have. 2 very little Chiweenies, little shit dogs. And if I play a howling video, the older dog, he doesn't even bother with it. He's like, whatever. The younger dog will start to howl. He starts,
I come to visit. I'll bring your daughter a beagle puppy.
Oh no!
You're like, oh no!
Are you really coming? And
it's like, oh no!
Yes, I am. I'm coming in October.
Oh my God!
I just bought a whole shit ton of... Huh?
Can you afford LA? It's expensive.
Yes.
Vinyl kicks it. I cried like a child when I watched the movie Antoine Fisher while on shrooms. I've never seen Antoine Fisher. I've never seen Antoine Fisher.
Good luck with that. Good luck with coming out here, Cap. There's a lot to do in the city of California. I mean, the state of California.
Yeah.
Dusty
I'm
will
not
keep
gonna
you
lie.
entertained.
Yesterday, when I watched the episode where Diane leaves Cheers, her last episode, I did cry a little bit.
Yeah, I squared a little bit. Paulina's saying Rent will bring you to tears, especially when Angel dies. Yeah, that part. Yeah, the end of Rent. Yeah, definitely. If you've ever watched the Rent live on Broadway, Paulina, that one too. When Angel dies in that. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's pretty bad too.
Yeah, don't bring any dogs out here, Cap.
It's gonna bring you like 5 dogs there, Lisa. How's that?
I already have 6. Don't need more.
Well, you could be like my brother. He has 11.
Well, your brother is irresponsible. I'm not trying to be irresponsible.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. And the sad thing is he says he wants more. He says he can have up to 26.
Really? Out here in LA, they only let you have 4.
Legally, we're only supposed to have 4 out here?
I think.
Well, I'm in Orange County, but I'm pretty sure Orange County is the same thing as Los Angeles.
No, I
So.
think in my city, it's 4. I don't know if it is the same for LA County, but where I live, it's 4. But don't report me, Dusty.
How many per household can have that many?
Yeah.
The number of 4 pets max per person. So
That's how our chat went from talking about TV shows, talking about love advice, and now talking about movies that make us sad, and back to California.
Miss Soft Frog says, "I love rabbits, only rabbits."
What?
Now that I know that you have dogs illegally, I'm turning you in.
You turn me in, Cap. I'll send your ass back to Pennsylvania.
It's gonna be an early morning raid. They're gonna kick in the doors. Get out! Get out!
Cap would not do that because Cap loves pets. He collects them too.
You're gonna be like, "Don't take my cookie."
Forever. Cookie's gonna be 14.
No, don't take my cookie.
I love Cookie. She's our number 1 dog. Everybody has their number 1 dog.
And then
Does she sleep with you?
One is Cookie. Make sure you take that one.
Yeah, like if she comes at you, you gotta shoot her. I was
kidding. There's a problem.
I'm just kidding. Huh?
Cookie likes to. Well, the new dogs like to poop in the house, so they came in my room, and I'm looking at my floor, and I was like. And I go and I yell at Honey, I go, "You stupid dog! You pooped in my room." I know I shouldn't have, but I was annoyed.
Lisa, so if I poop on the floor, you're gonna try to yell at me too?
No, I would think you would know how to poop in the toilet.
Like, I didn't meet you. I'll cover it up.
I'm so not going to yell at you because I don't think you would do that.
Lisa, I'm so not a yeller. Just kidding.
The other day, my puppy Murphy scared the shit out of me because he started throwing up blood and wires and pieces of cord because he ate a fucking extension cord. Like
God damn.
Like he ate it. He didn't just chew it up. He swallowed the fucking pieces of it.
You have to be careful, man. They could twist your stomach, and it's like major freaking like surgery.
Yeah, my mom shouldn't be feeding dogs table, but she did, and one of them blew it up.
There's no sense in bringing him in until you see, like, if he has internal bleeding and things like that, he might have just been like the.
No, trust me, Zeb. I'll know if the alcohol is kicking in on Dusty.
And he said just to make sure that his stomach don't swell, and as long as he's running around and playful, he's fine.
And also, too, if they end up doing this thing where they end up stretching and they like stretch out like this, usually it means that they have like some kind of stomach distress, and that's another like sign that they're like having problems with their stomach. Whatever. Zeb, alcohol kicking in? Not really. I mean, I've had a couple. I had like this is probably like my third one right here, so it's like I feel like calm
when you were drunk on your
and relaxed, but I'm not loaded. I remember that was vodka. Vodka, I have to watch out for it because vodka will freaking trash me.
No, but you were all like. I don't know what you were saying. You were just out of it, and then
you know, and Anthony was like, "Oh, well," he's like, keeps on trying to touch me. I was like,
You know
and every
what,
time he talked, like I said, it just sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher.
I'm gonna let you in on a little something, Vinyl Kicks 86. When I'm on my time of the month, I'm not a good person to be around because I want everything inside. I want my chocolate. I want just everything inside, and I get really grumpy because.
And a couple of days before fucking A, you turned to fucking Oscar the Grouch, man. I think you're getting there.
I know. You sent me a picture of Oscar the Grouch.
Because that was fucking you last night, man.
It was because it was hot. It was hot, and then it was hot, and I don't know, something someone said just got to me.
Well, no, you were getting to a point where every time somebody opened their mouth, you had this look on your face like somebody kicked you in the ass. You're like,
no, my face was hot. I said, yeah, I know. I'll admit it. There are times when I do get grumpy. We all have those moments.
I know, Zeb, I am king blah blah, even without substances. I know. That's the reason why I'm freaking hated on a lot of streams. That's the reason why I've been pulling back on streams. People are like, oh, damn, you like talk too much. So
no, Vinyl Kicks 86, no. The guy that used to date was kind of like that. So no, I won't beat up on them.
There are two people that I absolutely love having on my streams when I do them, and that is you and Lisa, because you're both talking. There's like no dead air, dead silence. There's none.
Yeah, because I'm always able to blab my fucking mouth. That's why.
You know what Patrick said to me the other day? He's like, why aren't you on my streams? He goes, you can talk a storm. I was like, well, thanks, Patrick.
Well, Patrick wanted me to come up today, and I was kind of like, I was going to, but because he thought the link, he was like, oh, Dusty, why don't you come up? And I was kind of like, no, because I don't know what to talk about. You know, sometimes I don't know what to talk about on his streams. And I remember
about your love for heavy metal.
I remember one of the first times I went on his streams, he had invited me up, and it was when I first started, so I wasn't like as talkative. And he pulled me up, and it was him and Vance and Mark, and I kind of like stood there and was like, during the headlights, you know, type thing. I was like, I don't know.
Like the night you went on Lisa's stream for the first time.
Yeah, that was scary. I was like,
no, because
what is this screen?
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was like, what's this screen? And this is a hi.
The first thing I noticed,
Hi, Jane.
Hi, I'm Short Round. No, he came on and I noticed a Star Wars shirt. And I was like, oh, you're into Star Wars. I was like, I like Star Wars too. And
Lisa was like, oh, you're a Star Wars shirt.
I was like, what is he doing on my stream? I was like, this guy, because you were lurking my streams previous to that. You were in my peanut gallery. I did lurk at your profile, and I was like, oh, this guy's got some subscribers. And I watched both of your videos. I watched them both.
Lisa was like,
ooh, hi, you're a Star Wars shirt. Ooh. Hi.
You know what?
What's your name? Can't jump your bones. Hi.
You know the thing that scares me about Lisa the most? I'm always worried that if I say the wrong thing, she's going to send her fucking flying monkeys to destroy me.
That part?
You know the thing about it, Cap? The thing about
that part
it,
right there, definitely.
You know, the thing about it, Cap, is who am I going to send? My sisters? See, that's my closest people that I hang out with, is my sisters.
No, I said flying monkeys.
I don't have any flying monkeys.
She don't get it.
I'm like, okay, so like,
the flying monkeys,
take your camera and pan out. I'm sure there's some flying monkeys in there somewhere in this game.
No.
You better watch it, Cap. She's getting that look on her face. She's gonna start getting cranky. She's getting that Oscar the Grouch. Oscar the Grouch.
The only reason I was Oscar the Grouch yesterday is because my mom was like, oh, we went to the uncle's house and he was throwing up food, and I was kind of like, yeah, that's the situation with my uncle right now, in case you guys are wondering. My uncle's not keeping down food. Yeah. My mom tries really hard, you know, to take care of him. There's 12 other siblings out here in California. My mom does the most things for him. It kind of sucks because he's got 12 other siblings here in Southern California that should be doing things for him, and my mom's doing everything for him.
Have you gone to see him yet?
I don't know. I will. It's just hard because I know I'll break down. I know I'll break down.
You asked me that if I'm really coming out there to visit people. Yes, I have. I bought 15 shirts, 8 pairs of pants, and 3 pairs of shorts for my trip. So, like,
you know, the thing about it, Paulina, he did invite me, but I was like, I need Dusty and Paulina up there because I feel comfortable with those two. I could not just go up there myself and be with them. I mean, one time Robert Fritten came on a stream and I was like, "You're a celebrity." He's like, "Oh, gee, thanks." I don't think he ever came back when I said, "You're a celebrity." I don't know what stream it was on, but yeah. You know, Final Kids 86, my uncle did it to himself.
No, I'm not saying. I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were talking about your uncle. I was trying to make a joke, but
no, my uncle smoked a lot. Vinyl Kicks 86, so that's kind of what caused his cancer, was the smoking. But you know what? That is funny. That's gonna be my new picture now when I'm on Facebook. I'm gonna have this my picture. It's gonna be my profile picture on Facebook. I'll give it her.
You know, Zeb, actually, I mean, Lisa. Sorry, Lisa. Rachel has like a lot of new people that came over, I guess, from Michael 45 RPM.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of new people in there.
Yeah, the other day she had 250 people watching her.
Well, she was talking about the MoFi, but you also have to understand she was striking when the fucking poker was hot.
Thank you.
You know, she was striking when the poker was hot. Everybody was like looking for any kind of word from MoFi. I mean, any one of us could have did something that was like any kind of like, you know, had information about the MoFi thing, and we would have had probably that many freaking viewers because everybody was like starved for info, you know. It's what it was.
Oh, Zev.
So,
you know, Zev, I'll admit something to you, even though I am mad. I'll admit to you, Zev, that I went back on my anxiety and depression meds because I felt like I needed to go on it. So they gave it to me a couple of days ago. I went to the doctors and I'm now on Zoloft and lorazepam. I think that's what I take for anxiety, lorazepam. So yep, I'm back on them because my anxiety is creeping up on me. Like certain things will trigger it. So I decided to go back on my anxiety meds, and it does work. Props to lorazepam, whoever makes it. It does work. And I can admit it, and my anxiety does creep up on me.
For my anxiety, they put me on Klonopin, but I hardly ever take it anymore. It's like, well, I wouldn't say I fully have my anxiety under control, but I don't really.
The number one problem with me, I'll admit, is that I do overthink things, and that's a problem that I've been working on.
I do not. That's probably
I've been working on it with my counselor.
Alprazolam, that's some strong shit.
No, lorazepam, yep, that's what I'm on.
Does it knock you out when you take it?
No, I'm on a low dosage of lorazepam.
You know how many milligrams of lorazepam I take a day? Lorazepam Seroquel, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I think, yeah.
I think it's a generic version of it.
I
take 600 milligrams of that a night.
600 fucking milligrams, Cap?
Yep.
Wow. I mean, Klonopin, they put me on like, I think it was like 2 milligrams and shit, and that was enough for me to be like,
Why do you take so much of that, Cap?
Coming out of warp drive.
Lorazepam?
Yeah.
Because I'm bipolar. That's what they have me on for being bipolar.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, yeah. I mean, me, it's like
I take the 20 milligrams. That's what I take, I think. But you know, the thing about it is, I've been having anxiety since I was little.
Whatever the generic version of Seroquel is, I take that. I take.
Okay.
Well, you know, Zeb, I don't take that thing every day. But the thing is, my anxiety has been creeping up on me lately. So I thought it'd be better to go back on it. But I've heard stories of people who take anxiety meds and they gain weight.
Yeah, they had put me on Xanax, but when they put me on Xanax, it was like for a short amount of time. I think I was on it for like a week, and then the doctor took me off it right away.
Yeah.
And that's when he put me on Klonopin. And then the Klonopin is only for like when I feel the symptoms coming on. I don't take it regularly.
Yeah.
But Yeah, but Klonopin, the Xanax, I remember the first time, the Xanax was like, I think it was like half a gram. It wasn't even like, even that strong. I remember, because I was having this problem where I felt like I couldn't catch my breath, and it's like I had shortness of breath for like a week or two, and they went ahead and they gave it to me, and they gave me the Xanax, and I remember I went and stopped by Walmart and got my prescription. I got in the car and took it. I swear to God, it was like freaking the Millennium Falcon coming out of warp speed. It was just like,
yeah. I used to take.
I was like, I feel pretty all right.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, because I felt like I couldn't breathe. I was like, I felt like I could breathe. Well, I feel great. Let's go get a burrito. I feel great. Let's go. I could take on the world, type thing. So yeah. But I think I am going to go ahead and get off now for the evening. It's like already 4:19 in the morning. What time is it over where you're at, Cap?
We should be getting some sleep.
It is 7:19.
God damn.
Cap, I better get off. It was nice chatting with all of you guys.
Lisa's roosters are about to start cackling.
I don't have any roosters. We're not allowed to have roosters.
You said you had chickens. Don't tell me you don't have a rooster.
No, they're not allowed to have roosters in my city.
Speaking of roosters, where the fuck is like I was about to say Gentle Ben. Where's Grizzly Ben?
I don't know.
Gentle Ben. I remember that night. That was so funny. He kept talking. He was getting so mad. He's like, "Who the fuck is Gentle Ben?" He keeps on coming to the room.
Yeah. Yeah. My last advice: don't give up on love, Paulina. Before I go, don't give up on love, Zach.
Oh man.
Give up on love.
Lisa was about to run away with Grizzly.
Don't give up on love.
Lisa was about to run away with Grizzly, you could tell, so.
No,
Scotty gave you 2 chickens. Scotty gave you some chickens.
Why run away with a 19-year-old? You guys are.
Because he's burly.
Well,
He lives in the Appalachian Mountains. He probably has a mine.
No.
He has roosters.
No.
How can you resist a guy who does a Facebook Live with a rooster on his fucking lazy boy? Come on now.
Because he's 19. He's 19 and I'm 39.
I don't give a shit if he's 19. He's got a freaking rooster kicking it up on his fucking lazy boy.
Then you go and hit him up and be like, hey, this is Dusty. I want to hit with you.
Yeah, Lisa, as long as he's of age, you can tap that.
I don't care that he's of age. I don't want to date anybody that's younger than me. I like my men older. I'm sorry, Cap.
I'm gonna give you duck face.
Why are you sorry to me? I'm older than you.
Yeah, but I like my men older.
Time to give Lisa duck face, Bell. Talking about Lisa. We talking about Lisa. All right, I'm out here. Good night. See you later. Good night. Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed too. Yeah. My eyes are starting to.
I'm gonna head off too. I love you.
All right. Well, thanks. Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Thanks for having us on.
Oh yeah, it was fun. Thanks everybody. It's I'm getting kind of sleepy too. You can see my eyes. All right. Thanks everybody for coming. Have a great night. It was great having everybody up on panel. Thanks everybody in the side chat. We'll see you guys real soon. Enjoy what's left of the weekend. I know it was a little bit longer tonight. So we got 13 here. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. We will see you next time. Much love from me and Mrs. Hot Frog to you. And remember, keep those fires burning. Have a great night. See you later. Bye-bye. Or great day, whatever it is.